Good morning, honorable colleagues. I have examined and approved the vote and proceedings of Tuesday, 26 September 2023. Honorable colleagues, you will recall that the past few weeks have been filled with important, remarkable events in the life of Nigeria and also the Assembly. I wish to felicitate with Nigerians for our ability to celebrate the 63rd independence anniversary, as well as the Eid Maulud. This is the first time we are meeting after the celebration of Eid Maulud and also the independence. Another significant thing that happened within this week was the birthday of the Speaker of the House of Representatives. At the appropriate time, we will be expecting few members to say one or two words to felicitate with him, because it's the first time we are meeting after that birthday. In the same spirit, I wish to felicitate with the Nigerian Labour Congress and the federal government on the agreement to call off the strike. It shows that we have come to the age of reason, where dialogue and compromise work for our collective prosperity, where it is better to, like they always say in the public parlance, jaw than war. I wish to commend all the stakeholders who played major roles to ensure that this was achieved. It is for our collective good. It is a determination to find common ground for the interests of our economy and people. Considering our present circumstances, our economy cannot afford to take further shocks. And if Labour had gone on with this strike, it would have given us a great shock as a nation. The federal government's acceptance to vote 100 billion naira for CNG buses, for mass transit, and 55,000 kits to kickstart auto gas conversion program and other efforts is the way to go, and the conversation we should be encouraging in this House as members of Parliament, who, though we are three arms of government, we are one government. It signifies in great deal the President's willingness to engage in productive sector of the economy. That actually is the sustainable palliative we are talking about. It is also noteworthy that the third quarter macroeconomic report shows that our oil production has moved from 1.2 million barrels to over 1.415 barrels per day. While this gives hope, we must be conscious that more needs to be done around this space. more actually needs to be done. The executive and the legislature must work in synergy to optimize our oil production quota of 1.8 million barrels per day. If we do that, probably some of the issues we have faced in this country will be reduced. So the conversation of the parliament should be revolving around some of these issues I just mentioned going forward, because we are supposed to be a solution hub. We have few announcements. There is a notice of meeting from Abu Zaria Alumni Parliamentary Caucus, who cordially invite its members for an important meeting in room 3.31. And the time is 4 p.m. Vital issues will be discussed on behalf of the caucus, who want to extend their congratulations to Right Honorable Speaker Tajuddin Abbas as well on his 60th birthday. We wish him God's guidance, protection, and blessing. Signed, Honorable Aliyu Bapa Miswal. This is to inform members of the selection committee that there will be a meeting today at 3 p.m. in room 301, New Wing, House of Rep. This is from the clerk of the House of Rep, and also who is the clerk of the selection committee. Endeavor to be there, please. We need to round up issues bordering on the population of the various committees that the House set up. Another important announcement, you will recall that the Speaker had announced last week Tuesday that we will be shutting down the various ad hoc committees of the House to make space for the standard committees that will be finalized this week. We are still standing on that, and we are encouraging the chairmen of these committees to present their report. But some of you whose investigations are still ongoing, kindly include in your reports that the standard committee should continue from where you stop, because you are not done. The relevant standard committee will continue from where you stop, because you are meant to hand over to that standard committee at the end of today. So we expect more reports to come in today so that we'll be able to tidy up. Honorable Princess Chinwe Nnabuife, can you approach the chair, please, if you are here? Princess Chinwe Nnabuife, approach the chair. Honorable Yusuf Adamugadi, can you approach the chair, please? Okay, and Honorable Oluwale, approach the chair, please. Is he around? Whenever he's around, he should approach the chair, please. Chinwe and Honorable Waloke. Clerk. Keep it. Leader, please approach the chair. Leader. Honorable colleagues, any member, we don't want to have people standing on the aisle, please. It is actually against our rules. Thank you. Any member who has a petition to present to the House may please rise to do so. Yes, Honorable.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. my dear colleagues, my name is Honorable Afam Victor Ogene.
People from the control room, please increase the microphone. I want to hear members when they lead their debate or make their presentation. Increase the volume from the control room.
Once again, Right Honorable Speaker, thank you for giving me this opportunity. My name is Honorable Afam Victor Ogene. I represent Obuabu constituency.
Honorable Ali Jesse, please sit down. Please, Chief Whip, take over.
I am from Anambra State. Mr. Speaker, dear colleagues, I rise this morning with a huge sense of duty and responsibility to present a total of 50 petitions on behalf of several distraught Nigerians, corporate organizations, and law firms. Mr. Speaker, these petitions have come to the 10th National Assembly as the People's Parliament to look into their various complaints. In order not to waste the time of this august assembly, I have a list of the entire petitions made out here and a file containing the petitions. With your leave, Honorable Speaker, I wish to lay these petitions on the floor. Thank you.
50 petition. You may go ahead, list the petition. Number 1 to 50.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
But make it very brief.
Yes, the first
Just the
one
title.
is from JJ International.
But let me ask you, are they all asking for the same thing?
No, they want reliefs, different reliefs from the public.
It is our law that you, while presenting a petition, you give us the presenters of the petition as well as the prayer in each of the petition. I don't see how you're going to do 50 prayers because it's in line with our rules. You come up, you mention the title of the petition. You are also supposed to mention those who are sponsors of the petition, and then mention the prayer, what the petition is asking for. Are you going to give us the prayers for all the 50 petitions?
I have the prayers in each of the petitions.
Honorable colleague, we may not take 50 of them today. So you can break down, do 50 today, do 10 today, maybe tomorrow 10, and we'll take it like that.
All right, I've taken the hint.
Yeah, the first 10. Just give us the first 10 or 15. So that we'll do 15, 15, 15 and clear it so that others will have opportunity also. We have a lot on our paper today.
The first one is a petition from Throne Room Anthony's. It's a petition against the chairman of the Federal Civil Service Commission and head of service of the Federation
to know whether it is
for illegal and wrongful termination of appointment.
Honorable colleague, hurry up, please. Just mention the prayer, the title of the prayer.
Well, they are praying the House
fast about it.
To revisit the report with a view to concluding the matter so that the petitioners who have so much confidence in the House can get justice and get their various jobs back. Another petition is from...
Please use numbers 1, 2, 3 so that we know where you are, not another. Another can be 50. You do 50 while we are here.
Okay, number 2.
That is number 3 you are doing now.
No, number 2, Mr. Speaker.
Okay.
This one is from UFO Associates Limited, a petition against Federal Inland Revenue Service and Mohammed Nami on the diversion of $511,000 revenue belonging to the Nigerian Federation and the 3 tiers of government between January 2027 and December 2021. They are praying the House that the FIRS submits the following to enable the committee to verify its allegations. Number 3 is a petition from K.E. Okoro and Co., a petition to stop Sandplex Quarry at Mpape, Abuja from further operations and activities at Mpape, pending when they put necessary measures in place to checkmate the environmental hazards caused by their operations. They are praying the House to make the following orders against Sandplex: to summon the owners and operators to provide their environmental impact assessment report, provide their operational license, and provide their corporate social responsibility program, etc. Number 4 is a petition from the same K.E. Okoro urging to stop charity quarry at Kabuta after Apo Mechanic Village, Abuja, from further operations and activities at their quarry site. They also request this Honorable House to summon the owners and operators of Sandplex Quarry to provide their environmental impact assessment report, their operational license, amongst other reliefs. Number 5 is from the concerned retirees of Federal Mortgage Finance Limited, a passionate appeal for this House to intervene to ensure payment of gratuity and pension after more than 20 years retirement from the Federal Mortgage Bank. They are requesting the House to impress on the Pension Transitional Arrangement Directorate to fast-track the process of verification and enrollment of the Federal Mortgage Bank retirees into her payment portal and commence seamless payment to the retirees without further delay. Number 6 is a petition from the Center Against Injustice and Domestic Violence, alleging fraud, criminal conspiracy, and diversion of public funds in Rural Electrification Agency under Ahmad Silihajo's leadership. Number 6 is a petition. Number 7, rather, yes, Excellency, is a petition against the Federal Inland Revenue. Taking this. It's a petition against the non-payment of 48 million naira recovery sum owed them by the National Assembly management. Their prayer is that is from Leaders and Communications Limited Company. Their prayer is that through this petition, the National Assembly management can be called to honor their contract commitment and restore confidence in the public. Number 8 is a petition from Lord Cripps Anthony's against the connivance between the Nigerian Communications Commission and the telecommunications company MTN, Glo, Nine Mobile, Airtel to extort about 3 billion naira from about 3,400,000 candidates that registered for JAMB in 2022 and 2023. Their prayer is that all the telecommunications companies should provide the list of candidates that registered through their companies with the number of failed registrations attempts by the candidates, that the companies should refund or transfer 1,000 naira airtime to all the candidates that registered in 2022 and 2023. Number 9 is rising up for a united Nigeria. Unconditional release of Mazin Nandi Kanu, the need to avoid interference in a matter before the law court. It's coming from a group called Rising Up for a United Nigeria. And number 10 is a petition from solicitors A.E. Adole, a case of conspiracy to vendetta, criminal defamation, inciting publication, injurious falsehood against Julius Berger, Nigerian Limited, and one Ibrahim Ikoloba and accolades.
I think that's enough. That's enough.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So with your kind permissions, may I lay this?
So move that you be allowed to present it.
Mr. Speaker, with your kind permission, may I be allowed to lay the 10 petitions as earlier enunciated?
You may now lay your petition.
Thank you.
This petition is referred to the Public Petition Committee once fully constituted. Any other colleague with a petition?
Mr. Speaker.
Yes, let's hear you, Chief.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My honorable colleagues, I remain Honorable Chief Dr. Billy Famous Adesuwa Usawaru, representing the good people of Orionwo Nwode Federal Constituency. Mr. Speaker, I'm a proud Benin chief from Edo State. Mr. Speaker, I have a petition in front of me from the concerned citizens and workers of Sterling Oil Exploration and Energy Company Limited and Sterling Petrochemical Fertilizer Company Limited, ably signed by Enoch Godwin Enoch, Esquire, of Nemo Judith's Chambers. Mr. Speaker, this petition is against Sterling Oil Exploration and Energy Company Limited and Sterling Petrochemical Fertilizer Company Limited, operating in Ikot Abasi and Eastern Obolo local government areas of Akwa Ibom State. Mr. Speaker, I seek the leave of the Speaker to table these upon the table so it can be referred to the House Committee on Public Petition. Mr. Speaker, the prayers here is to regularize staff employment in accordance with labor laws. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
You may now lay your petition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
This petition is referred to the Committee on Public Petitions once constituted. Yes, Honorable Ginger.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My name is Ginger Obinna Onwusibe. I represent the people of Isiarangwa North, Isiarangwa South Federal Constituency. Mr. Speaker, I'm an Ungwa man from Abia State. Mr. Speaker, this petition is from Federal University of Technology, Owerri. It's signed by Engineer Polinius Ago, and the prayers of this petition is for the House to use its good offices to provide political solution to the problems between ASU and federal government and cause the release of the 8 months withheld salaries of ASU members to save their lives and protect tertiary education in Nigeria. Mr. Speaker, I seek your permission to lay this petition so that it will be committed to the appropriate committee to look into it. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. You may now lay your petition. This petition is referred to the Public Petitions Committee once constituted. Any other petition? Gentleman at the back.
Mr. Speaker, honorable members, I remain David Umar, representing the good people of Kachia Kagarko Federal Constituency. I am from Kaduna State. Mr. Speaker, the petition is a petition on a case of breach of the provision of the Petroleum Industrial Act, PIA, contract racketing, breach of local content laws in the petroleum industry, and circumvention of the reform introduced by Mr. President in the oil and gas industry by One Sterling Oil Exploration and Energy Production Coal Limited. This petition is presented by Social Justice and Civil Rights Awareness Initiative and is signed by Barrister Eloze Emegwa E. Square. Mr. Speaker, this petition, I beg the indulgence of Mr. Speaker and the leave of this House to lay this petition so that it will be investigated in the right appropriate committee.
You may now lay your petition. This petition is hereby referred to Public Petitions Committee once fully constituted. Any other petition? Your Honorable. No more petition.
Mr. Speaker.
Have a petition?
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
Please.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Respected colleague, my name is Basi Akbar. I speak for the people of Calabar Municipality, Urupama Federal Constituency. The People's Speaker, I'm a proud Conservarian. Mr. Speaker, with the leave, I have 2 petitions to lay before you. One, Mr. Speaker, is a petition against financial management and neglect of retired military officers by the Nigerian Military Pension Board. The prayer, Mr. Speaker, is that the retired military officers seek the leave of the House to urge the Honorable House to use its power to summon the management of the Nigerian Pension Board to account for the expenditure between 2014 till date. The People's Speaker, with your leave again, I bring before you a petition signed by Emmanuel Buki Odu Esquire for 10 of my constituents who, by the failure of Nigerian governments, are refugees in my constituency as we speak. They are seeking failure of Nigerian government to meet some parts of the agreement that they have with them years ago, and for that reason they are homeless for so many years. Mr. Speaker, the petitioners are seeking the leave of this People's House to ensure that the other part of the agreement that they reach with government are met. With your leave, Mr. Speaker, I seek your leave and the leave of this Honorable House to lay these two petitions before you for further necessary legislative action. Thank you.
You may now lay your petition. This petition is referred to the Public Petition Committee once constituted fully. Any member who has a matter of urgent public importance to present to the House may please rise to do so. Honorable Kabiru.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Honorable colleagues, Kabiru Amadou Mepales is my name. I represent the entire people of Gusau's IP Federal Constituency. Mr. Speaker, I am from Zamfara State. Mr. Speaker, I came under Order 824, matter of urgent national importance about the escalating and the persistent insecurity and the bandit attacks in the northwest region of Nigeria, particularly Zamfara, Sokoto, Kebbi, Katsina, and Kaduna states. Mr. Speaker, I seek the indulgence of this Honorable House to suspend its relevant rules to allow this matter to be taken as matter of urgent national importance. Mr. Speaker, I so move. Thank you.
Yeah, there's a motion on the floor on the urgency of the matter presented by Honorable Kabiru. This motion has two legs. One is that it's urgent, and that secondly is urgent enough to be heard now. Who is seconding the first part? Any seconder for the first part? Please off your microphone until you are asked to put it on. Let me go right back with the red cap.
Right Honorable Speaker, sir, my distinguished colleagues, my name is Aliyu Ilyasu Abubakar, representing Basari Sapana Damusa Federal Constituency of Katsina State. Sir, I rise to second the motion as ably raised by my colleague, Honorable Kabiru. Thank you, sir.
Those in support that this motion is urgent enough, say aye. Those against, say nay. The ayes have it. The second leg of the motion is that it is so urgent that it has to be heard now. Any seconder to that motion? Beside the AC, I can't see your face clearly.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ibrahim Mohammed, representing the good people of Birnin Kebbi Kalgobunza Federal Constituency. Mr. Speaker, I'm from Kebbi State. I rise to second the motion that this motion is very important and this House should take it. I so second, Mr. Speaker.
Those in support that this second leg of the motion, that the motion is urgent enough to be heard now, say aye. Those against, say nay. The ayes have it. Honorable Kabiru, you are now allowed to move your motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, my respected colleagues. Mr. Speaker, once again, I rise to move this motion as urgent about the escalating and the persistent insecurity and to investigate bandit attacks in the northwest region, particularly Zamfara, Sokoto, Kebbi, and Katsina
Honorable
states.
Khadija, please approach the chair.
Mr. Speaker, I am the lead sponsor
Honorable
of this
Khadija, approach the
motion,
chair.
and the honorable colleagues are also the co-sponsors of this motion. I have Honorable Abdulsamad Dasuki Kebe Tambuwal from Sokoto State, Honorable Suleiman Abakar Gumi Bukuyu Imperial Constituency from Zamfara State, Honorable Sade Soli, GB Akaita Federal Constituency, Honorable Magaji Amos Gomna, Jaba Zangon Kata Federal Constituency, Kaduna State, Honorable Mansur Musa, Aleru Gondu Federal Constituency from Kebbi State, Honorable Abdullahi Balarabe Dabai Bakori Danja Federal Constituency from Katsina State, Honorable Abdul Malik Zubairu Marubungudu Federal Constituency from Zamfara State, Honorable Siru Usman Goranyo Gada Federal Constituency from Sokoto State, Honorable Bello Erupai Kaduna North Federal Constituency, Kaduna State, Honorable Isa Bello Ambarura Ilela Gwadaba Federal Constituency from Sokoto State, Honorable Zubairu Bashir Usman Birnin Gwari Giwa Federal Constituency from Kaduna State, Honorable Ahmad Sani Muhammad Bakura Maradun Federal Constituency from Zamfara State, Honorable Amos Daniel Jama'a Sanga Federal Constituency from Kaduna State, Honorable Bello Hassan Shinkapi Zulmi Shinkapi Federal Constituency from Zamfara State, Honorable Jalo Hussein Mohammed Igabi Federal Constituency from Kaduna State, Honorable Aminu Balele Dus Amma Kulpi Federal Constituency from Katsina State, Honorable Aminu Sani Jaji Kaura Birnin Magaji Federal Constituency from Zamfara State, Honorable Abdul Karim Hussein Ahmad Kaduna South Federal Constituency from Kaduna State, Honorable Murtala Usman Banye Patagarawa Charanchi.
Mentioning all the names will delay us so much.
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
Go to the meat of the motion, not just listing the names.
Okay, thank
they
you,
will
Mr.
be
Speaker.
called up to contribute, some of them who are here, so that we can save time.
Okay, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the House notes that in the past 3 months, there has been a significant rise in voluntary activities within Zamfara, Sokoto, Kebbi, Katsina, and Kaduna states. This surge in violence has resulted in numerous casualties and continued to displace a considerable number of residents. Mr. Speaker, also note that the innocent casualties of these attacks are mostly farmers, women, children, and the students. The deteriorating security in this period has further resulted in a continued displacement of many residents from the affected communities, cutting them from their means of livelihood. Mr. Speaker, also concerned that an alarming surge of abductions is currently unfolding within my constituency, that is Gusau Tsape in Zamfara State. There has been a deeply troubling upswing in abduction incidents. Particularly distressing is the occurrence that transpired on 22nd of September 2023, when heavily armed bandits stormed off-campus female hostel at Federal University, Gusau, and abducted 40 female students. Mr. Speaker, out of these 40 female students, only 13 were so far been rescued by the military. Similarly, on the 17th of August, Mr. Speaker, 8 NYSC members from Akwa Ibom State were also kidnapped on their way to Sokoto State. And as of the present moment, Mr. Speaker, they remain in captivity. Also on that very day, Mr. Speaker, in Tsape town, Tsape local government, 6 people were brutally killed and dozens were taken to hostage. Also in that Tsape again, Mr. Speaker, very recently on 21st of September 2023, a notable young businessman who is into telecommunication business, named as Anas Umar Wali Tsape, was gruesomely murdered by bandits at exactly 8 p.m. inside his residence in Tsape town. Mr. Speaker, this wave of criminality has since extended its reach into various communities of my constituency, such as Magami, Mada, Hain Alhaji, Wanzamai, Kwarenganwa, Enkuzo, Enwari, Mareri, Dampa, and Karazao. Mr. Speaker, worried that in my constituency alone, over 126 individuals were abducted, including 33 children, and tragically, more than 56 innocent lives were claimed, all in the span of these 3 months, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, observe that these great events have not only left a trail of sorrow, but have also sparked widespread concern and outcry among our constituents, where our people feel that we are abandoned, we are ignored, we are rejected, we are unwanted, we are forsaken, and were neglected and were unattended by the government. Because this security situation remains precarious within the region for over a decade, with residents continually being killed and kidnapped on a daily basis. Mr. Speaker, honorable colleagues, with your kind permission, my co-sponsors will also provide more details from their respective constituencies following the prayers of this motion. Mr. Speaker, the prayers are: number one, to extend heartfelt condolences to the bereaved families of these victims who tragically lost their lives in these heinous attacks, convey sympathy to all those affected by this incident, and observe a minute's silence for the departed souls. Number two, Mr. Speaker, to call on the federal government to intensify efforts toward rescuing all those held hostage by these criminals, conduct a comprehensive investigation into these bandit attacks, apprehension of those responsible, and their prosecution to the fullest extent of the law. Number three, Mr. Speaker, call on the President and the Commander-in-Chief to direct the relocation of the
Let's see the prayer,
to the Northwest region until peace and sanity are fully restored. I'm on the prayer, Mr. Speaker.
Okay.
Number four, urge the federal government to deploy additional security personnel equipped with adequate logistical support to these states in order to fortify security measures and thwart any potential further attacks. Finally, Mr. Speaker, to mandate the committees on the legislative compliance, defense, national security, and police to ensure strict compliance with these resolutions. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Honorable colleagues, I so move.
Any amendment to that? But we have to have it seconded first before you amend. So we want to have a seconder, probably from the list of the people who sponsored this motion. If your name was there.
Mr. Speaker, my dear honorable colleagues, my name is Honorable Umar Ajilu. I represent a very good people of Magadukudan Federal Constituency. I am from Kaduna State, the northwestern Nigeria, and I'm here to second the motions ably moved by my good brother and colleagues, Honorable Kabir. I so second, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Those in support of this motion say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. I don't think we need so many people to talk about this motion. I heard that there are so many members from various states who want to make contribution on this issue, but the gavel has gone down. We had wanted to recognize people like Honorable Dasuki from Sokoto and Suleiman Abubakar Gumi from Zamfara. We wanted to recognize Honorable Sada Soli. Is he still around? Honorable Sada Soli. We wanted to have Honorable Magaji Amos from Kaduna, and also Honorable Musa Mansra from Kebbi to speak on this. But due to how our order paper is filled today, we may not have the luxury of having all of you speak on this, because the motion is straight to the point and very comprehensive. That is how you want to still talk about this motion.
Yaman? Ah, bai bada. I want to talk about it.
Any amendment? Okay, let's have it. From Dasuki, you have an amendment? The man from Bauchi.
Yes. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My honorable colleagues, my names are Honorable Dabo Ismail Haruna, member representing the good people of Toro Federal Constituency. Mr. Speaker, I'm from Bauchi State. It's very important to make this amendment due to the very serious security challenges we're facing also in Bauchi State, especially in my constituency, Toro Federal Constituency. My neighbors, Ningi local government as well, Alkaleri local government, Das local government, Tafa Balewa local government, and part of Bauchi local government. Also in Saminaka, which I share neighbor, they are my neighbors in Kaduna State. Mr. Speaker, I want this Honorable House to amend the prayers to also cover these listed areas, including my federal constituency, in deploying special squads, anti-kidnapping squads to these areas.
Is that still on the amendment?
Yes, in these
no,
areas.
No, just a single line of amendment so that we don't go into debate from...
All right. So this is my amendment.
Is it an additional... You're adding to the one that we have?
Additional prayers.
Yeah.
A special squad, anti-kidnapping squad, should be deployed to these areas to help in combating the security challenges. Thank you.
Any seconder to this amendment? Any seconder? Lion.
Sir, is it only secondant or contribution, sir? No, secondant. My name is Honorable Mohammed Jamil Kazana, representing the good people of Askari, Kankara, Sabwa.
Go ahead, Lion.
To second the motion, probably moved by my fellow colleague. Amendment.
Those in support of this amendment say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. Any other amendment?
Point of order, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, what is the point of order, please?
Mr. Speaker, I'm coming under Order 8, Rule 5, personal explanation. Mr. Speaker, these matters of urgent public importance, all of us members from the Northwest, we resolve to come together to bring one issue so that we do not disturb the House with the motion from one constituency to another. We decided to bring one matter so that the House will give the leave to deliberate and to have an extensive discussion on this matter. So that was our resolution. And we have met you, Mr. Speaker. We requested on you to give us time so that each and every one of us from our constituency, we deposited our feeling, the feeling of our constituency before this honorable chamber. Mr. Speaker, that is what we are expecting from you, and we have heard that you have selected individual from each and every state to speak on behalf of all of us. Each and every one of us have a constituency, and this thing is happening in all of our constituency. Thank you.
Honorable colleagues, like I said before, we will not allow every person from the states to speak. We don't have the time. But we will allow one or two to ventilate on it. It's only because of time. So I'll yield the floor now. Gumi, can we hear from you?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, my honorable colleagues. My name is Dr. Suleiman Abubakar Gumi. I represent the good people of Gumi, Bukuyum Federal Constituency from Zamfara State. Mr. Speaker, I wanted to bring out my own cry too, but I will resort to just giving the amendment. Now, the amendment, the reason for this amendment is for us to have synergy in approach to this fight. Recently, the federal government sent a delegation to Zamfara to broker peace between Nigerians and these bandits. Unfortunately, this committee refused to acknowledge the presence of a security officer, number one security officer of that state, that is the governor of Zamfara State, and they decided to do this without his consent. He is taking one approach, which is more of the kinetic approach, while this committee is taking the peace initiative. Now, this conflict of approach would definitely not yield results. So now I move for this amendment, which is to mandate the NSA to organize a conference, a security conference, to bring all the stakeholders together so that they can streamline a unified approach to solving this problem. I so move, Mr. Speaker.
Any seconder to that amendment? Any seconder? Yes, let me hear from you. TJ.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My respected colleagues, my name is Tijanika Ismail. I represent the good people of the Federal Constituency. Mr. Speaker,
Please look for the mic that is working. Look for the mic.
Mr. Speaker, I'm from Kwara State.
Those in support of that amendment say aye. Those against say nay. Ginger, why are you raising your hand? Let's finish with Northwest. This is their motion. Let's hear them. They need more time to ventilate. We cannot leave that space. I want those who want to deliberate on this, they are concerned about what is happening in their place. Let's have them discuss this issue. So if you have any time, we'll share it with them there. Is the amendment, are you from Northwest as well? Yeah, we are giving this opportunity to those who are from Northwest that it directly impacts on. Are you from Northwest, please? Please, let's hear from you, the amendment. Not you, sir. Not you, sir. Not you.
Mr. Speaker, honorable colleagues, my name is Abdullahi Balarabe Dabai, representing Bakuri Danja Federal Constituency. I'm from Katsina State. My amendment to this motion is that we should encourage community policing so that our constituents will be armed to defend themselves under the supervision of the security agencies. I so propose, Mr. Speaker. Thank you very much.
Any seconder to that motion? Any seconder? Yes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My name is Honorable Adam Hashim Ranga, representing Ningiwaji Federal Constituency from Bauchi State. I rise to scan the motion ably moved by my honorable colleague. I so score.
Those in support of this amendment say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. We'll take the last amendment on this. Yes, sir.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. My distinguished colleagues, my name is Isa Muhammad Anka, representing Anka Tilata Mafara constituency. As a rider to an amendment made by my honorable colleague from Gumi,
Not a rider. What is your amendment?
My amendment is that, Mr. Speaker, we had series of fora on these security challenges. The immediate past government had a series of fora, and there were a lot of motions, or rather resolutions, at that fora. My amendment, therefore, is to go back to that archives and ensure the implementation of those resolutions. Secondly, sir, one of my amendments that I want the Honorable House to include is the issue of the infiltration of illegal miners. This, although I have a memo on this or a bill on this, but I think I need to bring this. The infiltration of illegal miners in Zamfara state need to be taken into consideration. I therefore call, or rather my amendment here is that the Federal Ministry of Mines should enact, enumerate or should strive strategies that will enumerate the illegal miners in the forest state. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Any seconder to that motion for amendment? Yes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, distinguished colleagues. I am Bello Isa Ambarura, member representing Ilela Gorba Federal Constituency.
Put on your mic. Please, from the control room, can you increase the mic, please?
To second the amendment made by my colleague, Honorable Isa Muhammad Anka, on the infiltration of illegal mining in Zamfara state. I so second, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Those in support of that amendment say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. I think we'll have the last amendment. It's too much. We've had so much so that we don't water down that particular motion. I will take the last one from Honorable Kauje.
Mr. Speaker.
Please put on your mic.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, my respected colleagues. My name is Honorable Bello Kauje. I represent the good people of Bagudosuru Federal Constituency. Mr. Speaker, I'm from Kebbi State. Mr. Speaker, my amendment here should that the issue of mining should not stop only in Zamfara State and should go beyond mining. And my amendment is all the affected states where mining is taking place and other security challenges regarding to the mining issue should be involved in this amendment.
Honorable Kauje, the motion is urgent need to address escalating and persistent insecurity and investigate bandit attack in the northwest region of Nigeria, particularly in Zamfara, Sokoto, Kebbi, Katsina, and Kaduna State. So it's not limited to Zamfara. It cuts across the whole northwest.
Mr. Speaker, I'm just amending to include the order zone so that at least it will capture the interest of the entire members in the House and the entire nation. And Mr. Speaker, normally the issue of banditry, what is causing the main lead issue of banditry is related to this issue of mining. Most of these states that you are seeing
You know, it's expected in the amendment that you remain within the subject matter.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
It's expected that you remain within the subject matter of the motion so that we don't make it too verbose.
Yes, Mr.
Your
Speaker.
amendment should be in line with the subject matter of this motion.
Mr. Speaker, my amendment is based on the line of the issue of the insecurity and based on the motion moved by my other colleague regarding to the issue of insecurity. That's why I'm saying that most of this insecurity, Mr. Speaker, that you have been seeing happening is related to this issue of mining. Those affected states of the issue of banditry, see what is happening there, Mr. Speaker. The issue of mining contribute almost 70 to 80% to this banditry issue. So the issue of mining needs to be addressed too, so that at least it will have a guide and rules that at least will soften the issue of the banditry in such states.
So you are saying in resolving the issue of banditry in the Northwest, that mining, illegal mining should be addressed. That amendment is too broad.
Mr. Speaker.
That amendment is too broad. Maybe you can redo it and present it, because the motion is specific. It's specific to Northwest and it's specific to the number of states mentioned there, and it calls banditry.
Mr. Speaker, I'm relating the issue to the insecurity. The illegal mining too, Mr. Speaker, is part of the insecurity.
So you are saying the security agency should consider the issue of illegal mining?
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
As one of the causes of banditry?
Yes.
Now it makes more sense. Any seconder to this motion? Yes. Please put on your mic. Try the next one, because of the media houses, they want to hear you.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I am Aliyu Bapa Misau, FCNA from Bauchi, representing the good people of Misau Dembam. Mr. Speaker, I stand before this honorable house to second the amendment moved heavily by my colleague. Thank you.
Those in support of that amendment say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. I think we have taken the last amendment on this. So let's go on with the entire motion. Those in support of the motion as amended say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. This motion is referred to Committee on Defense, National Security, Police, and Legislative Compliance, once fully constituted. We have one more motion of matter of urgent public importance. Honorable Nolly, go ahead. Please make it as brief as possible. Jaha, off your phone. Please, the Sergeant Tatam, ensure that people have their cards. I see that people are struggling with the cards on their system. It's affecting the microphone. Find out those who are seated and without card, so that I can give them card for their microphones to work. Honorable Nolly, make it brief.
Mr. Speaker, distinguished colleagues, my name is Nolly Munnaji. I'm from Enugu State. I represent in Kano East West Federal Constituency. Mr. Speaker, I come under Order 8 through 4, matter of urgent public importance, to move a motion of urgent need to reconstruct the collapsed bridge at New Artisan Mark Enugu section of Enugu-Port Harcourt Expressway and other southeastern roads. I so move.
Are you moving that it is urgent, or are you moving that it's urgent enough to be heard now?
Important, sir.
And you want it to be heard now or tomorrow? So move it properly that it be heard now, please. Move that it is urgent
Mr.
enough
Speaker,
to be heard now.
I so moved. That should be heard now.
Thank you. Any seconder to the first leg of the motion? I, Honorable Ginger.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My name is Ginger Omusibe. I represent the people of Isiarangwa North, Isiarangwa South Federal Constituency. Mr. Speaker, I'm an Mugwa man from Abia State. Mr. Speaker, I rise to second the motion that this matter is urgent enough.
There is too much standing. Please, please, let's sit down. Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to second the motion to say that this matter is urgent enough to be heard now. I so second.
Those in support of the motion that is urgent enough, say aye. Those against, say nay. The ayes have it. The second leg of the motion is that it is urgent enough to be heard now. Any seconder to that? Yes, sir. Honorable Abadi.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, Honorable colleagues. Agbedi Yeitemune Frederick is my name. I represent Sapama Kremo Federal Constituency. I'm from Bayelsa State. Mr. Speaker, Honorable colleagues, I rise to second the second leg of the motion as ably moved by our colleague. I so second.
Those in support of the motion is urgent enough to be heard now, say aye. Those against, say nay. The ayes have it. Honorable Noli, can go ahead with your motion.
Mr. Speaker, the House notes that a bridge is constructed over the road for the purpose of traffic management in various cities, as well as curbing road accident mishap, prevalent traffic jams, and disaster which may lead to high rates of human death and injury. Note that the collapse of bridge can be caused by overload or heavy-duty transport vehicles operating daily on the road, as well as lack of periodic infrastructural maintenance of the bridges. And the prevalence of this occurrence in our country has been alarming over years. Alarmed that on Monday, 5th of September 2023, a tragedy occurred as a bridge along Enugu-Port Harcourt Expressway at the New Artisan Market in the Enugu section of the road collapsed when a truck conveying Nigerian Breweries products and an unidentified lorry were on the bridge. Affirms that there was no loss of life during the incident as emergency responders quickly swung into action to ensure that no unwary vehicles plunged into the water underneath the bridge. The sub that the collapsed bridge left commuters seriously stranded for a long time as traffic was diverted within the areas where the bridge collapsed to avoid terrific traffic jams and chaos in the state. Cognizant that the collapsed bridge, which is of great economic value to Nigeria, is not only located along Enugu Federal Express, but is equally a connecting route to some parts of Imo State, Ebonyi State, then to Abia State and Aba, the southeast North Center, Commercial Nav Center, both in Abia State, finally connecting some other South-South states like Port Harcourt, River State, Cross River, and Akwa Ibom, respectively. Concerned that if the bridge is not urgently repaired, it will affect logistics and movement of goods and services, and also business economic growth in Enugu State and across some other states, leading to huge losses and sufferings of commuters. Observe that the statistical study shows that alarming state of dilapidating roads and bridges in Southeast due to long neglect and paucity of funds to reconstruct or maintain the roads of the collapse of bridges and deteriorating road infrastructure seems to be on a growing trend which calls for urgent intervention. Worried that these unprecedented and hideous incidents have been recurring incessantly despite public outcry in the media and other mediums, as several roads mishap and collapse of bridges in Nigeria have consequential effects on human safety and our environment, hence exposing our lack of accident risk management structure. Resolved to, 1, urge the federal government through the Federal Ministry of Works to urgently intervene in the reconstruction of this collapsed bridge at New Artisan Enugu-Port Harcourt Expressway, and also the Aba-Port Harcourt section of the same road due to its commercial importance to the nation, and provide lasting solution to this road's deteriorating menace in Southeast. Further urge the federal government to ensure that adequate funds are provided for durable roads and bridges with optimum facilities across Southeast, as well as start taking proactive measures to ensure maximum safety of lives through quick risk assessment and implementation of safety findings. Mandate the House Committee on Works to monitor and liaise with the Federal Ministry of Works in adherence spontaneously with the resolution to repair the aforementioned collapsed bridge and other Southeast roads. Direct the House Committee on Works and the Committee on Legislative Compliance to ensure compliance with any legislative frameworks and the resolution thereof, and report back to the General House within 2-3 weeks for further legislative action. I so move.
Thank you. Any seconder to this motion? Honorable Zuribo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Kabiru, approach the chair.
My name is Honorable Ugonna Ozuribo. Mr. Speaker, I'm from Imo State. I represent the good people of Unkwere, Isu, Wangala, Njaba Federal Constituency.
Honorable Kabiru, approach the chair.
I rise to second the motion as moved by my colleague, Honorable Nonny Naji. I so second.
It's a straightforward motion. Those in support of this motion, any amendment? Yeah, let me hear from you. But make it brief, please.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, honorable colleagues. Agbedi Yetimene Frederick is my name. I represent Sagbama Ikulema Federal Constituency. It's Uncle Man from Bias Estate. Mr. Speaker, the mover of the motion suggested 2 or 3 weeks. And I think in the motion, you need to be definitive as to the number of weeks. My amendment is simply to say it should be within 3 weeks. I so move, Mr. Speaker, honorable colleagues.
Any seconder to this amendment? Any seconder to the amendment? Honorable colleague.
Mr. Speaker, honorable colleagues, I'm Hussaini Mohammed Jallo, representing Ikepe Federal Constituency of Kaduna State. I rise to second the motion ably moved by my colleague, I so second. Thank you.
Those in support of that amendment say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. Those in support of the motion as amended say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. The motion is referred to the relevant committee on works, FEMA, NDDC, once constituted.
Thank you, sir. Yes, sir.
Yes, Honorable Jah. Honorable Jah.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Honorable colleagues, Jah Babao is my name. I represent Chibok, Dambua, and Goza Federal Constituency. Mr. Speaker, with the leave of the House, I rise to rely on the provision of Order 8, Rule 4, Sub 4, to enable the House take additional matter of urgent public importance for an urgent need to stop killing peasant farmers in my constituency and provide a platform for the peasant farmers to harvest their hard-earned farm produce. With the leave of the House, honorable colleagues, I wish to move for that. I so move. Thank you, sir.
Honorable Jah, we have a problem here. The problem is that Order 8, Rule 4, Sub 3 says we are limited to, Sub 4, we're limited to 2 in a day. So if we are going to take more than 2, you have to move to suspend the rules so that we can look at that.
Yes, I asked for that, sir.
Oh, good, good,
Yes,
good. Any seconder to that? Yes, sir. Dasuki, approach the chair.
Mr. Speaker, my name is Honorable Dixon Thaki OON. I represent Makodi Guma Federal Constituency. I'm from Benue State. I rise to second the motion by ably moved by my colleague Honorable Jaha from Borno State. Thank you.
Those in support that we should suspend our rules to enable us to take one extra one, say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. Honorable Jaha, make it as brief as possible.
Thank you, sir. Jaha Babao, Chibok Damboa Goza Federal Constituency. Mr. Speaker, I rise to present a motion of urgent public importance on the need to stop killing peasant farmers in Chibok Damboa Goza Federal Constituency and provide safe and reliable security for farmers to harvest their hard-earned farm produce. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, I rise today to bring to the attention of this honorable House the urgent and critical issue of continuous killing of peasant farmers in Chibok Dambua Goza constituency. The farmers in our constituency who work tirelessly to provide food for our nation are facing great threats to their lives, hindering their ability to harvest their hard-earned farm produce. It is our responsibility as representative of the people to address the issue with utmost urgency and ensure the safety and security of our constituents. Mr. Speaker, aware that agriculture is the backbone of our economy and the main source of livelihood for the majority of our constituents, we cannot afford to overlook the constant attack on our farmers. This attack not only results in loss of lives, but also severely disrupt food production, leading to food scarcity, increased prices,
and economic instability in our constituency. Concerned that the persistent insecurity in Chibok Dambuwa Goza constituency has created an environment of fear and uncertainty, discouraging farmers from cultivating their lands and leaving their hard-earned farm produce unharvested. This not only leads to financial losses for the farmers, but also exacerbates the food insecurity situation in our constituency and the country at large. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, we must acknowledge the effort of the security agencies in combating insecurity and terrorism in our constituency. We must recognize that more needs to be done to provide a safe and reliable environment for our farmers. The current scarcity measures.
The whip of the House, please control the House. The whip, the whip, the whip.
So, honorable members, with the leave of the House, let me move to the prayers of the motion. One, urge the federal government, in collaboration with the state and local government, should deploy additional security personnel and resources to Chibok Dambuwa Goza Federal Constituency to provide adequate protection to peasant farmers and their farmlands.
Honorable colleagues, order please.
The security agencies should intensify intelligence gathering and surveillance activities in the constituency to identify and apprehend the perpetrators' attack on farmers. 3, the government should establish a special task force dedicated to addressing the security challenges in the Chibok Dambuwa constituency with a mandate to protect the lives and property of farmers. 4, the government should provide financial assistance and support to affected farmers who have suffered losses to attacks to help them recover and sustain their agricultural activities. 5, government should engage in dialogue and collaborative effort with stakeholders, including community leaders, traditional rulers, and local government groups, to develop a comprehensive security strategy tailored to the specific of Chibok Dambuwa and Goza Federal Constituency. Finally, the government should invest in infrastructural development such as access road, communication, network, and rural electrification to improve the security and economic viability of my constituency. Mr. Speaker, with the leave of the House, I want to stress before moving this motion that we are at the verge of harvesting our farm produce. These farmers are local farmers. They are peasant farmers. Boko Haram is doing this thing deliberately to scare them, to put fear in them, so that they cannot go and harvest their farm produce, which may by extension is going to affect the country at large. So, honorable colleagues, I so move. Thank you, sir.
Let it be a seconded first before amendment. Who is the seconder? Mark, please second.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My honorable colleagues, I'm Abubakar Maki Eleman. I'm from Jigawa State. I represent Madam Kaugama Federal Constituency. Mr. Speaker, I stand to support the motion heavily moved by my honorable colleague. I so second. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yeah, any amendments? Let me hear from you. But straight to the point, please. Straight to the point.
Mr. Speaker, honorable colleagues, my name is Dr.
This is the hallowed chamber. It is not a marketplace. Please, please. Can we sit down,
Honorable
please?
Salam. Honorable Salami. Honorable Salam.
All those who are standing, please sit down. Thank you very much. Go ahead.
Mr. Speaker, sir, honorable colleagues, my name is Dr. Midala Usman Balami. I represent the good and dynamic people of Askira Uba, our federal constituency. Mr. Speaker, I'm from Borno State. Mr. Speaker, I rise this morning to amend this very critical and also very important motion as moved by my colleague, Honorable Jeha, having shared border with Dambuwa Chibok Federal Constituency. Askira Uba and Howell have been facing the same problem. Our peasant farmers have been finding it difficult also to go.
So what is your amendment?
I want to quickly move that the motion on the need to stop the killing of peasant farmers should also be extended completely to cover the federal constituency of Askira Uba Howell federal constituency, and including all.
So your amendment is that your federal constituency be added?
Yes.
It has not been seconded, Mr. Speaker.
Any seconding? Any seconder to that? Behind Maki.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My name is Honorable Mohammed Ang Abbashehu, member representing Zaki Federal Constituency from Bauchi State. I stand to second the amendment moved by my colleagues. Thank you.
Those in support of the amendment say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. Yes, Honorable Bagos.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Right Honorable colleagues, I'm Dachu Musa Bagos, representing the great people of Jos South, Jos East Federal Constituency. My amendment, Mr. Speaker, right Honorable colleagues, that the issue of farmers going to harvest is not just in one state or one constituency, it bedevils us all. So my amendment is in two legs. One, that the issue should not just be in a constituency but nationwide. Secondly, that agro rangers under the civil defense should be activated to protect farmers, because already it's part of their work, as they should be activated to protect farmers during their harvest nationwide. So my amendment is to, one, that it should be nationwide. Two, agro rangers should be activated nationwide to protect farmers. I so amend, Mr. Speaker.
Any seconder to that amendment? Honorable colleague. Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My name is Honorable Adam Hashim Ranga, representing Ningiwaji Federal Constituency from Bauchi State. I rise this afternoon to second a motion ably moved by my honorable colleague on the issue of nationwide security, and I so move, please. I so second, sorry.
Those in support of the amendment say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. Yes, Lion. Any amendment?
My name's Mr. Speaker, fellow colleagues. My name is Honorable Mohammed Jamil Gazana, representing the good people of Askari, Kankara, Sabwa. My amendment is calling the whole governors' forums to organize themselves and fight this insecurity so that the whole farmers of the state can be able to farm and harvest their farming fruit nicely and be able to achieve from it. I think that is my amendment.
Any seconder to that amendment? Yes. Go ahead, sir.
Mr. Speaker, honorable colleagues, I'm Hussein Mohammed Jallo, Igebe Federal Constituency, Kaduna State. I rise to second the amendment ably moved by my colleague. I so second. Thank you.
Those in support of this amendment say aye. Those against say nay. Those in support of this amendment say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. Those in support of the motion as amended say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. Motion is referred to the relevant committees on security. on defense and police once constituted. Yeah, what's your point of order, please? Honorable Solomon, what's your point of order?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm rising on the 8th, Rule 8, Sub Rule 6. May I read? My name is Solomon Bob. I represent Abua Odua and Ahoda East Federal constituency of Rivers State. Mr. Speaker, can I just read? Sub Rule 6 of Rule 6 of the 8 says a motion arising out of the business of the day. Basically, every motion here has to be, moved based on notice.
I can't hear you clearly, please.
Every motion on the floor has to be taken based on notice. Now, Order 8, Rule 8 creates exception. And I want to come under one of the exceptions to move this motion. It says under Sub-Rule 6 that the motion arising out of the business of the day made immediately after that business is disposed of.
Which page are you reading, please?
Page 43.
Page
43.
Yes.
Yes, it says a motion arising out of the business of the day made immediately after that business is disposed of and before any fresh matter is entered upon. Now, the business we just disposed of now has to do with insecurity in our land, farmers not able to go to their farms, and such other matters. Since I've been here 5 years now, we have dealt with issues like this almost on a daily basis. They consume our time on the floor here. We do nothing except from listening to this kind of whining and moaning about the lack of capacity of our people to go to farm and do their business. So my motion is that until we see that any action or action at all being taken by the relevant authorities, this House has to be spared the ordeal of going through these boring motions every day and face more substantive matters. So I enjoin my colleagues to support me in accepting that we should henceforth focus on what the results of all our previous motions on matters like this have been over the years. Okay, and then let us have more time for more serious matter on the floor of this House. I haven't seen a parliament like this anywhere in the world, where every day we discuss primary header issues.
I don't understand. Are you saying that the issue of insecurity is not a serious...
It's overflowed. It's serious enough, but it's overflowed, and there's no attention being paid to it. No attention being paid to it, so as we go on. So my view is that until we see demonstrable action on the part of the government or agencies to whom these motions previously and until now have been directed, there's no point taking new ones.
Honorable Solomon, please sit down. Please sit down. You see, the issue remains our duty as allowed by the mandate of the Constitution. When you look at the issue of separation of power, it limits us within the scope of making law, of raising our voices for the people. It doesn't allow us to enter into implementation. So as long as it is not implemented, we will keep being the people's voice. And I refuse to accept that the concerns of people from Northwest and the concerns of people from other parts of this country who are going through so much, whether in the name of banditry or because of what is coming out of mining, that it should be regarded as a matter that has been overflowed or should be regarded as a matter that is boring. The House will take exception to that description. The issue of insecurity is not a boring situation. Discussing a way forward for the executive to take step cannot be seen as being overflowed. The Northwesterners who raised the issue here raised it adequately well, and it has been captured in our books. And we will push it from there forward. So you are ruled out of order. Yes, the minority leader, please.
Well, Mr. Speaker, you have ruled, and I can't...
Okay, is it on the same issue?
Yes, sir, yes,
no,
sir.
he has been ruled out of order, and he stands. I want to use this opportunity to speak to people who have been affected by the insecurity in this country. We cannot take it lightly, especially people from the Northwest. We know what happened there recently. Over 100 lives were lost. Today, we have seen people from the Northwest, from all the states in Northwest, wanting to speak about this issue. People from Sokoto, Zamfara, Katsina, Kaduna, Kebbi. We will not get tired of hearing them speak, or any other part of the country that is affected, until solution comes. And I believe solution will come in no distant time. So any opportunity you find yourself in the parliament, that was why they elected you, use that opportunity to express the needs of your people. Don't wait until you are asked to do so. Express the needs of your people so that when you go home, you will have peace. Recently, I remember how the Speaker of the House was almost attacked because of what happened here about somebody who died in Lagos. And we gave 1 minute silence. And the things happening in the Northwest, we are seen as if it was neglected. Even though I knew that he was trying to allow a better day for us to deliberate on this. And the day has come, and we are deliberating on it, and it cannot be said to be overflogged. So having said that, let us rise for 1 minute silence as anchored in the prayer by the Northwesterners who presented a motion here. A 1 minute silence was called for those who lost their lives in the Northwest. So let's observe that. May the souls of the departed rest in perfect peace. Leader of the House, you have a motion.
Mr. Speaker, respected colleagues, and Professor Julius Ihonville,
please raise the volume of the leader speaker and raise the volume from control room.
Mr. Speaker, as is with our tradition, after every independence celebration, we create an opportunity for members to discuss the state of the nation and the future. So I have a brief motion here to introduce this debate on Nigeria at 63. I seek your kind permission to proceed, Mr. Speaker.
Any seconder to that motion? Yes, Minority Leader, please.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, my dear colleagues. Kingsley Chinda, Obiapo Federal Constituency, I'm an inquiryman from Rivers State. Mr. Speaker, my dear colleagues, I rise to second the motion by the Majority Leader that there is need for us to talk about the independence of this country and recognize same, since we didn't sit on that day. So second.
Thank you very much. Those in support that the Leader of the House should have a little discussion on the happy thing that happened to us, that we turned 63. In our anniversary for our independence, say aye. Aye. Good. Those against, say nay. The ayes have it. Leader, you may lead your debate.
Mr. Speaker, thank you for the opportunity. I remain Professor Julius Ihonville, Owan Federal Constituency, Edo State. The House notes that on Sunday, October 1st, 2023, Nigeria celebrated her 63rd independence anniversary. Also notes that the President, Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces, addressed the nation wherein he appreciated and acknowledged the contribution of Nigeria's past leaders, aware that from the day of independence, Nigeria has witnessed a lot of progress as well as challenges and deep contradictions. Also aware that the present administration is poised to address these challenges and provide far-reaching and sustainable solutions to our problems, resolves to, 1, urge the Nigerian political class and leaders in general to sit up, refocus, re-strategize, and work together to make Nigeria a better place for all, and 2, congratulate Nigerians and the President on the occasion of the 63rd independence anniversary. Mr. Speaker, I so move.
Thank you, Leader. We are going to be opening this debate to allow members from different zones to talk about our independence and the various challenges and progresses around the nation for these years. So I'm going to start with Honorable Sada Solly. Honorable Sada Solly, it's your time to address the Parliament. It's considered as led. Allow others to discuss. But before you do that, Honorable Sada Solly, second this motion and then continue from there.
Mr. Speaker, my name is Sada Soli Jibia. I rise to second the motion ably moved by the Majority Leader. I so second.
Those in support of this motion say aye. But before the gavel goes down, I want to hear more deliberation on this. I want to hear more deliberation on the independence of our great country, a country we are all proud of. That we turned 63 and we are still together is something to be proud of. We've had our fair share of challenges, but we have remained united. We've remained focused. We have believed in democracy. The problems will always be there, but we'll keep making effort to make sure that we reduce them. It may not all be solved in one day. So I want to open up for your constituents to also hear what you think about the nation and the independence and what is the way forward. We're going to allow two minutes, no more than 2 minutes, for people to ventilate on this, because most of the things we have on the paper are disaster motions and also infrastructure motions. So we're going to make sure they just go to their prayers and then, but let's hear. Nigerians will want you to speak because this is the season of our independence and the Parliament's voice must be heard. Honorable Sada, please, over to you.
Mr. Speaker, my name is Sada Soli Jibia, representing Jibia Keita Federal Constituency. Mr. Speaker, this country has made a lot of progress over the years. It's blessed with talented and courageous people. This is a country of the Elimelus. This is a country of Dangotes. This country is of Arthur Ezes. This country is of Otedolas. So this country, sir, Mr. Speaker, is a country of people who have demonstrated a passion for growth and potential greatness. However, we experience our challenges as a nation with contemporaries that have scaled over the years to greatness. Mr. Speaker, over the years and decades, we have struggled with almost the same issues, coming out of some and returning into others, and unfortunately going round and round the same cycle. That's one of the most unfortunate and unlucky position of this country within 63 years. Why did I say so, Mr. Speaker? Nigeria today has not been very lucky in this aspect. Look at the Southwest, thuggery, yahoo. Look at the Southeast, unknown gunmen terrorizing the citizens of this country. Look at the Northwest, look at the North Central, banditry, kidnapping. Mr. Speaker, look at the South, look at this threat to the economy of this country as a result of oil theft. Mr. Speaker, this country requires the resilience of our forefathers so that we can come together, redefine our situation, and look at how we can forge ahead and bring back this country to greatness. Mr. Speaker, one of the issues that is being avoided to be discussed in this country is the problems that we have in the public sector governance. The level of infectious corruption in our public sector governance bedevil our progress, but we fail to address this issue. Why did I say public sector? Our civil service today is not the civil service that we knew in the 1960s, where you have super permanent secretaries that will call ministers to order. Mr. Speaker, this is the only country that I have witnessed in this world where public officers or individuals are being given public office, but they go and celebrate the public office instead of sitting down, going into sober reflection and see how we can move this country into greatness. As long as we have not addressed this kind of challenges, we'll continue to face these problems. However,
okay, your 2 minutes is over. Round up.
I will yield my time to other members, sir.
Thank you. We need to hear from the minority leader. Please, let's make it 2 minutes for 2 minutes. This is a very serious issue. Nigerians are watching to see what we have to say about our country as we turn 63. And leader, I must thank you for this motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, my colleagues, for yielding the floor to me. My dear colleagues, the truth is that the future of this country rests on our shoulders. Of the entire population, 360 have been chosen. And if you recall, and I keep saying, that the progress of any nation starts from the parliament. Yes, we get up every day, we chide the executive, but what about the parliament? Industrial revolution took place on the floor of the parliament. Independence of Nigeria was gained on the floor of the parliament. And so truly, if we must make progress, then that progress must start with us. If we want to ask ourselves the sincere question, are we truly independent? I'm sure that you know the answer. Politically, yes. Economically, the answer is no. Our people are suffering. There is poverty in the midst of plenty. Nigeria is not a poor nation by any standard, but our people are poor. And so what is the problem? If you look at sections 88 and 89 of the Constitution, it empowers us to check these problems, these anomalies we complain of. I think that as we speak about the independence of Nigeria today, that we should also know that it is time for us to talk less and do more. We have all the powers. We had attempted even to summon the president of the country to the parliament to answer questions. How far have we exercised our powers as parliamentarians? How well have we performed as parliamentarians to straighten this country, to make sure that we have adequate security?
Your 2 minutes is over.
It is not enough for us to debate every day, but we must begin to exercise our powers. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much, Minority Leader. Honorable Jimmy Benson, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I remain Baba Jimmy Benson, representing the very good people of the Ikorodu Federal Constituency. Mr. Speaker, I will start with the words of my professor. He said that the difference between a developing country and a developed country lies in 3 eyes.
Honorable Kuye, sit down. Honorable Kuye, sit down. This is an important issue.
He claims the first and the second eye. He claims both developing countries and developed countries have it. It is the last eye that we need to improve on. The first eye he calls instruments. The instrument he refers to means the Constitution. A developed country and a developing country have that in common. They all have constitutions. The second eye are institutions. There's no institution in the developed country that we don't have in a developing country like Nigeria. For instance, we have the CBN, we have the EFCC, they all have all those institutions. The distinguishing eye are the individuals. Honorable Sada Soli spoke about the capacity, the competence, the integrity of the civil service. In the developed countries, their civil service and the occupiers of their offices are top-notch. They're people pupilled with integrity, with competence, with patriotism, and with intellect. You'll be amazed that in developed countries, the people with who have the highest educational qualifications are the people attracted to the civil service. Is that the same here? The answer is an emphatic no. So we need to institutionalize reform in our civil service to be able to step up into the first world. Second of all, it is not all gloom for Nigeria. As we are today and with all our issues, we are still the biggest economy in Africa with a GDP of $500 million, in spite of the fact that we only generate 7,000 megawatts of power. So this is a big plus to our labor industry. They have worked hard in spite of all the impediments. Going forward, I think we need to ramp up on our power base, so that we can leapfrog and join the Committee of Nations. Power.
2 minutes, 2 minutes is over. Thank you very much. Can I have Dasuki, Honorable, speak?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Honorable colleagues, I remain Abdusamad Dasuki, representing Kebetamboa from Sokoto State. Mr. Speaker, honorable colleagues, I would like to first and foremost concur with Honorable Sada Soli, which he highlighted some of the issues we spoke earlier today, which is insecurity. I concur in totality with what he has presented, because my own constituency, Kebetamboa, has had its own fair share. Mr. Speaker, honorable colleagues, I want to deviate a little bit and give this House an opportunity to work together with the Honorable Speaker. We all recall last week was a very historic week, and Mr. Speaker spoke on behalf of the National Assembly and the House of Representatives in particular. Mr. Speaker highlighted that for us to have a corrupt-free society, what we need to do that other governments haven't done is the living wage. So I don't think we have any better gift to Nigerians by going back to Mr. Speaker's words exactly a week today, where he mentioned in his speech, he said was, let's walk the talk. That was a speech on resumption. So walking the talk, I think, is for the Parliament now to take it upon itself, led by the Speaker, to have a new living wage for Nigerians in the shortest possible time. If it's possible, Mr. Speaker, he should take the lead. If it means having a supplementary budget, let's give Nigerians a 63rd independent gift, which, like he rightly said, no other government has considered the living wage of the Nigerians. Thank you very much. I appreciate this.
That was straight to the point, and I really appreciate how concise, how precise your presentation was, and straight to the issue. I really appreciate that. And you highlighted very important issue raised by Honorable Speaker, who made it very clear without missing words. I was so proud of him the day he made that speech. And I'm sure all Nigerians were proud of our Speaker for standing up for the common man in this nation and making their voice heard without fear or favor. affection or ill will. After all, that is what the parliament is all about, standing with the people at all time. I really appreciate the speaker for raising the bar when he made that speech. And like you said, we should leverage that speech and take it to the next level. It is important. Men has been speaking so much today, and we are gender sensitive here. And we must allow female parliamentarians' voice to be heard. After all, we are trying to make sure that we revisit the issue of women inclusion, better inclusion in power. So I'll give Honorable Karija the go ahead and address Nigerians on what you think about this independence.
Mr. Speaker, honorable colleagues, my name is Honorable Khadija Bukar Abba Ibrahim, representing Damaturu, Tarmua, Gujiba Kulani, Federal Constituency of Yobe State. Mr. Speaker, honorable colleagues, as a Nigerian, I always go by the stanza, though tribe and tongue may differ, in brotherhood we stand. We only have ourselves as Nigerians with no diversity, and go back to the former glory of unity, prosperity, and security, and go back to the drawing board where our forefathers worked from. We have to emulate whatever they stood up for. The forefathers that stood up to ensure that Nigeria stood up as a nation, as one nation and one destiny. So we should go back and ask ourselves where we have gone wrong. Why do we see our neighbors suffering? Why do we see the people hungry? Why don't we go and look and be our brothers' keepers? Why don't we stand up for each other? Why are we selfish? We must always endeavor to believe in ourselves first and then to believe in whoever is next to us. We must have trust in each other. We must also believe in one another. We must not look forward to splitting up this country, because this country is all we have. So I'm appealing to all of us here as representatives of Nigerians from the grassroots to please go back home and revisit this situation. Unity, prosperity, security, and brotherhood. We must work on that. We must endeavor to see that our own community help one another, then we extend it to our neighbors and then to Nigeria as a whole. We must also learn to be our brothers' keepers, like I mentioned earlier, and make sure that poverty is eradicated once and for all, and Nigeria stands proud in the Committee of Nations. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. Let's hear from Shoba, Honorable Shoba, please.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My distinguished colleagues, Olumide Oshoba representing Abeokuta North.
You know, if we make it 1 to 2 minutes, a lot of people's voice will be heard. We want more people's voice to be heard.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Nigeria is blessed. We're blessed with human resources. We're blessed with mineral resources. I believe what we should be thinking about is how to stop the brain drain, how to stop the mineral theft in Nigeria. We have the minerals to make our economy better. How do we stop the theft of our solid minerals? How do we stop the brain drain? So many countries are not blessed with a young, vibrant youth. We have over 60% of our population under 40. That is why other nations are trying to take all our youths that are very vibrant to their own countries. We need to stop the brain drain, and we need to stop the mineral drain. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. Honorable Bagos, please. I like really what was highlighted by these last two speakers, especially the female legislator who talked about unity. Let's stop dividing this country. We have no other place.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Than this country. Let us stand together with one another in unity, in peace. It must be highlighted that this country must remain as one, no crisis should break us, because in this country, that is where our future and our hope lies. And it is in unity that we will secure peace, that will secure progress, as we have pledged day in, day out. Honorable Bogos.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I hope you have not taken my time of the 2 minutes. Dacho Musa Bagos, representing the good, great people of Jos South, Jos East Federal Constituency. Mr. Speaker, right honorable colleagues, arise, O compatriots. It was our anthem in the first line. We are all here, we have all reason to serve our fatherland in truth, with strength. But at the same time, Mr. Speaker, right honorable colleagues, as lawmakers, we have made the law, but at the same time, the law is being interpreted in another way whenever it goes out. Mr. Speaker, right honorable colleagues, it's something that the judiciary, the executive needs to be able to understand the harmonious relationship that this House, that we have reason to the challenge to give Nigerians the best since independence. Nigeria is a blessed country. Nigeria is that country that people that have decided to be true compatriots are given the chance to show who they are. It's a country that whatsoever you want to do, you have the opportunity to do it. But who truly, at the end of the day, are those people that don't show the truthfulness of what we desire as a people? That truthfulness is what needs to come into play by Nigerians that are given opportunity to serve in different capacity. Mr. Speaker, right honorable colleagues, as the chairman of science and technology in this House, the way forward in addressing the issue of insecurity and other economic challenges is technology. And I am praying that the executive, the president, will embrace technology to be able to address a lot of challenges going forward, so that when we are celebrating the next independence in this country, technology will come into play in addressing insecurity. Technology will come into play to look at the economy. Technology will come into play to address a lot of issues. Because once we address these issues and we buy into technology,
yeah,
I
2
can
minutes is
assure
over.
you that Nigeria will be better. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, right honorable colleagues.
Thank you very much. Technology is important, and we agree with you. With it, transparency will be increased. With it, accountability will be increased. And Honorable Shoba said, our solid minerals, what is happening to them? Our minerals in this country, what are we doing to secure them and make sure that they work for our nation? As we are scouting for revenue, there are resources that we have, we must leverage. Those are questions that as Parliament also, we must draw up mechanisms that will help us find out what is happening in that space. I will yield the floor to the gentleman behind. He has been raising his hand a long time. Not you, beside you. Yes, from South. No, not you. And not East. After that, not you. The gentleman down. Please off your mic. Yeah. Yes.
Right Honorable Speaker, sir. My name is Donald Kemikambo Jogo. I am from Ondo State, representing Ilaje South Federal Constituency. I am the only Ijoma from Southwest. And I represent a very symbolic situation here.
Oh, you are not from South.
Not South.
You deceive me without your cap.
Yes. Yeah.
We will still give the South. We will still give the South their turn.
Thank you, sir, Mr. Speaker. Well, speaking about Nigeria 63, I continue to ask myself as an individual, where did we get it wrong? At what point did we lose our values? At what point did we decide that capital that is very important to all of us, which is trust, when did we lose it? Are we likely to repeat what we had in our pre-independence period when the late Sardauna of Sokoto trusted a Yoruba man to be his lieutenant. When an Awolowo trusted an Igbo man to be his running mate. At what point did we lose that trust that the late Nnamdi Azikiwe had for the late Chief T.O.S. Benson as his best confidant? These things are losing. We have lost them, they are missing, and until we reinvent this trust, we have a long way to go. As it is now, we are abysmally debasing into the very unfortunate situation where distrust, suspicion, and malice are eating deep into the very fabric of our nationhood. We have a long way to go. As representatives of the people, we can evolve a new strategy to ensure that these lost values are reinvented, these lost values are brought to limelight so that Nigeria can have it good and nice again. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Jaha. Trust is very important. We should not lose the trust. As we celebrate independence, we should celebrate the spirit of those who brought it to us. The spirit that was in Tafawa Balewa, the spirit that was in Awolowo, the spirit that was in Azikiwe, that spirit that made them see themselves as Nigerians first before their ethnic groups. We must rise to that so that your brother in the north remains your brother, though you are from the southeast, and your brother in the southeast remains your brother, though you are from the north. Your brother from the southwest remains your brother, though you are from the south-south. That is the beauty of Nigeria we are looking for. That was what they bequeathed to us. We must hold it forth as we celebrate our 63rd anniversary. Honorable Jaha, please.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm a Jaha Babao, Chibok Damboa Goza Federal Constituency. Mr. Speaker, let me start by saying that we have a great country, Nigeria, at 63. Despite our peculiarity all over the world, despite our challenges all over the world, we still remain a single entity called Nigeria. Secondly, according to A.H. Aga, the truth that set men free are in most cases the truth that men prefer not to hear. Mr. Speaker, honorable colleagues, we are all aware that late 50s and early 60s, there were sporadic issuance of independence to colonial countries all over the world, which Nigeria is inclusive. Let us compare extent to which they have progressed compared to our country. We will realize that we appreciate our own. But I used to differ to the stand and position of our previous speaker that said we are not economically independent. As far as I'm concerned, Nigeria was given independence on the first day of October 1960, both political and economy. We were the one that submitted back the economy because of our complacency, because of our attitude, because of the corrupt nature of our society, and so on and so forth. At the end of the day, before you realize what is happening, in as much as you cannot take care of yourself, somebody will be out there to take care of you. Look at countries that got independent almost the same day with us. Look at the way they are firing. Look at the exchange rate in their country. It's very, very comfortable. Look at foreign direct investment from other parts of the world to their country. Today in Nigeria, people are not willing to come and invest so that we can have improvement in our economy because of one reason or the other. So we have to live up to our expectation as Nigerians so that at the end of the day, we can balance our position in the committee of the whole, bearing in mind our population.
All right, thank you very much. I have not had anybody speak from the southeast. Somebody has spoken from South-South, the minority leader. I want somebody from Southeast to speak about Nigeria independence. Can I yield it to Honorable Afam? Afam, please, let's hear from you. Let's hear what the Southeasterners have to say as well.
Thank you, Your Excellency, Right Honorable Speaker. My name is Honorable Afam Victor Ogene. I represent Obaru Federal Constituency. Mr. Speaker, I'm from Anambra State and the Southeast. Mr. Speaker, let me begin by paying homage to our founding fathers who brought about this country, Nigeria. Having said that, in the last 24 years, we have had an unbroken run of democratic rule, in which we have had 7 transitions from government to government.
Honorable Mansour Musa, you are the next. Get ready.
Today, Mr. Speaker, honorable colleagues, one of the challenges that faces us as a country, as a people, is the issue of security. And over the last 24 years of our democratic journey since 1999, we have had these challenges, beginning from 1999, when the issue of the Odua People's Congress and its leader, Gani Adams, was an issue. But somehow, that matter was resolved. We also have the issue of Boko Haram in the northwest.
Round up, your 2 minutes is ending.
That issue was resolved. I am using this unique opportunity to also call on the executive that political solution to issues of insecurity is a way to look at. In the Southeast today, there is only one line demand: release of Mazen Nnamdi Kanu, and insecurity in the Southeast would be a thing of the past, we believe. So I join my other colleagues to say that dialogue is an issue. It's a political
your time
weapon.
is up.
We should judge to bring about peace and move as a country. Thank you for giving me this opportunity.
After Honorable Musa, is he here? Yes, after you is Honorable Isiaka. And then, leader, you get ready to round up. You still want to talk? We have other issues on the agenda, but we'll see what we'll do. We'll accommodate 2 more women before we round up.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My honorable colleagues, my name is Honorable Mansour Musa, representing the good people of Aleru, Gwandu, Jega, Federal Constituency. Mr. Speaker, I'm from Kebbi State. Urgent need to improve security to tackle growing insecurity of Aleru, Gwandu, and Jega Federal Constituency from northwestern Nigeria. The House knows that the security of lives and properties
Honorable Musa,
are its primary responsibilities.
We want you to talk about the independence. You can bring in what is in that motion into the discussion. That will be good.
Okay.
Yeah. Whatever you have in that document, you can bring it up while discussing about independence. No. Nobody should shout him down. You have the floor. You are protected.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Please go ahead. Take the part that relates to what we are discussing, and let's have your view on the independence and Nigeria and as it affects your place, Kebbi.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, my honorable colleagues. I remain Honorable Mansour Musa, representing the good people of Aleru, Gwandu, Jega, Federal Constituency, Kebbi State. Mr. Speaker, as a Nigerian was 40 years old, in my earliest age as a childhood, I know Nigeria very well. I heard and see so many things in my family house. As I grow up in the politics and politician house or family, Mr. Speaker, I saw a lot of things that when I was young, I liked Nigerians and Nigeria because of the security honesty, transparency, and health keepers. I know in my family then and the constituency, whenever you see something in your house, you must see it as your neighbor because of the loves and caring of the Nigerians before. Because of that insecurity we have today, if we lose that loves, security, and helps to our peoples and neighbors in our environments and constituencies in Nigeria. If you recall back as a Nigerians, earlier 60s, 70s, 80s, there is no way you see Nigerians bringing so many developments like Rose Nigerians. You will see it in any other local government or states, which because of that love and transparency, justice, fairness that we have with the leaders before, which we lose today. If we have a good leaders, if we have a loved ones, we are loving each other in Nigeria, there is no way insecurity will become the way it is now.
Good.
That is the reason why we lose so many things in Nigeria. During Obasanjo 1999, that's the time that I know very well in the politics and governments in Nigeria. At that very time, during my governor is a Senator Muhammad Adama Aleru, there are so many things that he brought in our local governments that I know, like in education sector.
So it encouraged peace.
Yes.
There was security, there was more love.
There is security, there is everything
and
there.
if we can bring this back, KB will be safer.
Inshallah.
And KB, the insecurity will be reduced.
Yes.
Thank you very much, Honorable Musa.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. Let me hear from Honorable Isiaka, please. Honorable Indidem, get ready. And the ladies who want to speak, I need two. You must be heard. Youth have been speaking, we will give youth again, but you have been speaking youth. Musa that spoke now is a youth. Okay, Isiaka, we are waiting. Please move to another role until you get to speak to us, or you come forward. Please off your mic.
Come and use this one.
Make it very brief, please.
Thank you very much, my own speaker. I'm Ibrahim Ayokunle Isiaka. I represent the very good people of Ifo, Eweko Federal Constituency. Mr. Speaker, I'm from the fastest growing economic state in Nigeria, proudly Ogun State. I want to thank the leader for bringing this forth. And the brief I have on this discussion today, Mr. Speaker, will definitely want to land on your table for direction. Mr. Speaker, there have been a series of national policy dialogues, yet till today, both on education, security, economy, etc. We are still trying to find our feet. Under the growth we are looking for, Mr. Speaker, the best birthday gift that this House, by extension the National Assembly, may want to give to this nation at 63 is for us to conduct, as the National Assembly, to lead what I want to call national policy dialogue. National policy dialogue that will be all-encompassing, that we are going to bring together all the critical stakeholders, talking about the ministries, departments, agencies, we're talking about the non-governmental organizations, the civil society, communities, academia, and academics, research institutions, Mr. Speaker, and the private sectors, within their country here in Nigeria. And even the partners, donors, international agencies, let's come together, sit down, and taking that we have 360 members here and we have in the 109 senators representing various tendencies in the country. But by extension, this will take us long for just 1 or 2 days, have discussions, gather things together, and then we'll come back to these hollow chambers, have discussions, and further legislative actions on whatever we're able to gather out from the field there, Mr. Speaker. This is going to include information and the validation of national objectives, policies, strategies, and the means of achieving them. And we are going to midstream something very important here, Mr. Speaker. About our economy, we akin it to Cote d'Ivoire. In Nigeria here, let's not deceive ourselves. Crude oil still remains what we can rely on. And it is taken and known that we are losing what I will call the value chain benefits. Crude oil that is hovering between $90, $94. The value chain attached to it, Mr. Speaker, I'm saying this with all sense of sentiment, that the value chain attached to 1 barrel of crude is $2,400. So if you take $90 from $2,400, you see how much my dear country is losing from 1 barrel of crude that we only depend on exporting. The same thing I want to link with Cote d'Ivoire. Cote d'Ivoire always earned $3.8 billion from cocoa as the largest producer and exporter of cocoa. If you see how much people that are producing chocolates, Bonvita, Milo, $10 billion.
Okay, so round up.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. That's how much I can take for now based on your directive. Thank you very much.
Thank you. The honorable colleague, the woman that is behind there from Port Harcourt. Please off your mic, those who are not speaking.
Thank you. Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am Blessing Chigeru Amade, representing the good people of Port Harcourt, River State, and Ikwere woman. I happen to be, my distinguished colleagues, I happened to be part of the 1960 independence celebration. I was in primary one, I had my flag. Yeah, I was there. And we were very happy singing and dancing the national anthem. But between 1966 and 1970, there was a civil war. I witnessed it. We came out of it. States were created to pacify people, and we thought that by now we would have been rejoicing in a place where there is no justice, no equity. We have 36 states. Federal projects are cited arbitrarily. We can't say this is what we have in River State, in Imo State, and so forth and so on. These things are those things that make people agitate for their rights, for better living. Then we must address the federal character principle because it's not workable. Let's know how many agencies we have in Nigeria. Who are the heads of these agencies? You go to some of them, you find an ethnic group in that agency. These are some of the issues we have to address for us to be happy and be one people. And we now, the people of Nigeria, can always feel happy and feel that we are part of the 36 states of the country. Thank you very much.
Thank you, madam. That was very good. You have seen it all, the independence, the civil war, and you're still a believer in united Nigeria and the balancing of projects and appointment is a concern for you because it will drive unity. Thank you very much for highlighting some of those salient issues. Gentlemen, ladies and honorable colleagues, we can't have everybody speak because we have the business of the day to handle. Everybody will not be able to speak today. And that is why we wanted it to go around. and it has gone round. I will give another woman an opportunity because men have been speaking. Honorable Akume. Honorable Akume.
Mr. Speaker, my dear colleagues, my name is Honorable Mrs. Regina Kume, representing the good people of Taka Boko constituency. I rise to say something about Nigeria, a great country, wonderful country, united country, a country that has everything good for our people. Mr. Speaker, I want to speak that we Nigerians need to be more patriotic. Nigeria is the only country we have. And I think all we need to do is to love this country. And when we love this country, we do everything possible to keep it united as it is. And we do things for the less privileged, those people who are back home, the ones who represented here. So let us keep our country united as it is. Nigeria is great, we love this country. I can't have any other nation except Nigeria. And so I call on all Nigerians all over the world that we have to remain united and we have to love this country and work for this country and keep the country united. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Okay, thank you very much, Madam. Unity is it all. Honestly, I want everybody to speak, but time is of the essence. We need to do the business of the day. If not so, we will not be able to close. Shall we rise in honor of our past heroes? Honorable Ndidem, you speak next time. Let's rise in honor of our past heroes who fought for our independence. Let us rise for Nigeria that we believe in, the unity of Nigeria, the peace of Nigeria, and the progress that we desire. We pledge to stand for the unity of Nigeria as Parliament. We pledge to stand for the peace of Nigeria as Parliament. And we pledge to stand for the progress of Nigeria as Parliament. So help us God. Amen. Yes, can we have...
Point of order, Mr. Speaker, please. Come on, point of order, Mr. Speaker. Point of order, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, point of order.
Honorable colleagues.
Mr. Speaker, point of order.
Go ahead. What is your point of order, please?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Distinguished colleagues.
Order what?
Yes, I'm coming under. Listen to me. Take it easy. I'm not going anywhere.
You should not shut him down. Please, let him speak.
Order 6, Rule 2. Order 8, Sub-Rule 8. Order 8, Rule 8, Sub-Rule 6. And the...
Guide us to the page. Guide us to the page. Guide the chair. Guide the chair to the page. Guide the chair to the page, please.
Okay. Order 8, Rule 2 is on page 17.
Yeah?
Order 8, Rule 2 is on page 17.
Page 17.
Yes, page 17. Then order 8. Order 6, Rule 2 is on page 17. Yes.
Yes, on privileges.
Yes, then order 8. Order 8, Rule 8, Sub-Rule 6 is on page 43.
Page
43.
43.
Yes, and I'm also coming under the powers inherent in this House with respect to the Legislative Houses and Privileges, Powers and Privileges Act 2017. Mr. Speaker, my name is Solomon Bob. I am from River State. Mr. Speaker, I have profound respect for you, but I'm deeply and utterly disappointed that you can shut down discussion on a matter as profound as Nigeria's independence We've been here on the front here, a lot of us, raising our hands to speak on this matter. It's very important. What's that? So my point of order is that, listen to me, please, I don't want to be heckled. Let me see. Tasuki, please.
You are protected.
Thank you.
You are protected. Go ahead.
My point of order is that. So my point of order is that, Mr. Speaker, you see, pardon me?
Order, please, colleagues. Order, please. Order, please. Order, please. Colleagues, honorable colleagues, order, please. He has the protection of the chair.
So, Mr. Speaker, I'm not reading it. I'm still reading yourself. So, Mr. Speaker, my point is that this is a very important subject, and every person that wishes to speak on this subject has to be given the time and the point to speak on it. I have very interesting matters to bring to the floor on this matter. Now, if you're shutting me out, I regard that as a breach of my privilege. And so I'm moving under Order 2 and Order 8. Order 6, Rule 2, and Order 8, Rule 8 sub Rule 6, that my privilege as a member of this House has been breached. And I'm calling on members here, those of members here, my colleagues here, who have been shut out, to join me.
What's the point of order, Honorable?
To join me.
Yeah, there's a point of order. There's a point of order. You can see it. That is working. We have your time. We'll wait. On page what, please? Let him see.
Page what?
The Speaker of the House and the Chairman in any committee shall be responsible for observance of the rules and maintenance of order.
You're wrong.
No, you see, Honorable Solomon, sit down.
You're wrong.
So sit down. He still has the floor. He's protected.
When he interrupted me.
Can you sit down? He's protected.
That, for us to go back to revisit that issue that you have ruled upon on. I so move, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. I think the order you cited is in order. The order you cited is in order, that the ruling from the chair is final. And I wish to apply that ruling to my ruling on the Independence Day discussion. At the point I said we've had enough, that ruling ought to be treated in line with our rules as final. To challenge the ruling of the chair is almost becoming contemptuous. So you are ruled out of order.
Not a challenge. Not a challenge.
You are ruled out of order.
You can't exhibit that kind of arbitrariness here. It's not a challenge. I have a right to speak here.
The issue
not
of
a challenge. What is going on here?
The issue of independence of our country has been deliberated on by all these 6 geopolitical zones of the country. We've had contributions from over 15 people. and we cannot dedicate a whole day for it to happen. So again, you are ruled out of order. Honorable colleagues, the first business of the day is presentation of 20 bills, and I invite the clerk to read their short titles. Clerk, please.
Right Honorable Speaker, honorable members. Institute of Chartered Corporate and Business Affairs Management of Nigeria Establishment Bill 2023, first reading. Standards Organization of Nigeria Act, Repeal and Enactment Bill 2023, first reading. Nigerian Peace Corps Establishment Bill 2023, first reading. National Housing Fund Act Amendment Bill 2023, first reading. National Youth Service Corps Act Amendment Bill 2023.
Please, you keep quiet so I can hear your bill. They are mentioning your bill. Honorable Solomon, they are mentioning your bill. Keep quiet so that you can hear.
Federal Medical Center for Code Data State Establishment Bill 2023, first reading. Federal College of Agriculture, Misau Bauchi State Establishment Bill 2023, first reading. Federal Medical Centers Act Amendment Bill 2023, first reading. National Football Academy, Po River State Establishment Bill 2023, first reading. Federal Medical Center, Uguaji, Akunanau, Enugu State Establishment Bill 2023, first reading. Federal Medical Centers Act Amendment Bill 2023, first reading. Federal College of Entrepreneurship and Skill Acquisition, Ikem Nko, Enugu State Establishment Bill 2023, first reading. Nigerian Communications Act Amendment Bill 2023, first reading. Federal Capital Territory Act Amendment Bill 2023, first reading. Federal College of Education, Mutumbiu, Taraba State Establishment Bill 2023, first reading. Federal Medical Centers Act Amendment Bill 2023, first reading. Federal College of Entrepreneurship and Skill Acquisition, Ode Isekiri, Delta State Establishment Bill 2023, first reading. Federal Institute of Technology and Entrepreneurship, Bungudu Establishment Bill 2023, first reading. Petroleum Industry Act Amendment Bill 2023, first reading. Federal Medical Center, Port Harcourt Establishment Bill 2023, first reading.
Thank you, Clerk. Honorable colleagues, the second business of the day is presentation of a report of the ad hoc committee on the need to investigate the arbitrary increase of petrol pump price from 537 to 617 naira, standing in the name of Honorable Babajimi Benson. Honorable members will recall that the matter was referred to the committee on Wednesday, 19th of July, 2023. The report is ready for presentation. Honorable Benson is invited to present the report.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Distinguished colleagues, I remain Babajimi Benson, representing the good people of Ikorodu Federal Constituency. Mr. Speaker, I rise to crave your indulgence to submit the report of the ad hoc committee on the need to investigate the arbitrary increase of petroleum pump prices from 537 naira to 617 naira.
I'm sure you meant present, not submit. Thank you. Any seconder to this motion? Yeah, from the constituency of the youths.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I still remain Pastor Honorable Ojema Ojotu, representing very good people of Apagatu Federal Constituency of Benue State, the food basket of the nation. I rise this afternoon to second the motion ably moved by my very respected honorable colleague. I so move. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Those in support of the motion say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. Honorable Benson, please lay the report. The third business of the day, honorable colleagues, is presentation of report of the ad hoc committee on joint admission and matriculation board JAM on the extension of the validity period of UTME results for at least 3 years and the conduct of the examination twice annually. Standing in the name of Honorable Akume Regina. Honorable members will recall that the matter was referred to the committee on Wednesday, 12th July 2023. The report is ready for presentation. Honorable Akume is invited to present the report. Honorable Akume, please.
Mr. Speaker, Honorable colleagues, I rise to present the report on the ad hoc Committee on Joint Admissions and Matriculation Board JAM, considering the extension of the validity period of the UTME result for at least 3 years and conduct of the examination twice annually. Mr. Speaker, may I take the leave of the House to present the report.
Any seconder to this motion? Chairman Works.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Honorable colleagues, I'm Honorable Akin Alabi. I represent the good people of Egbeda on our federal constituency. Mr. Speaker, I'm from Oyo State. Mr. Speaker, I rise to second the motion ably moved by Honorable Regina Akume. I so second. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Chairman Works. Those in support of this motion say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. Honorable Akume, please lay the report. The fourth business of the day is step down for further legislative action. The fifth business of the day is presentation of report of the ad hoc committee to investigate the cause of delay in completing the construction of the Abuja-Kaduna-Kano highway, standing in the name of Honorable Abdul Samad Dasuki. Honorable members will recall that the matter was referred to the committee on Thursday, 6 July 2023. The report is ready for presentation. Honorable Dasuki is invited to present the report. Honorable Dasuki.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Honorable colleagues, I remain Abdul Samad Dasuki, representing Kebbi Tambuwal from Sokoto State. I rise to move that the House receive the report of the ad hoc committee to investigate the cause of delay in completing the construction of the Abuja-Kaduna-Kano highway. I so move, Mr. Speaker. Thank you very much.
Any seconder to this? Honorable DM. The mayors. I hope I pronounce it well.
You didn't get it right. You didn't get it right.
Honorable Ndidem.
No, Idem.
Idem.
Mr. Speaker, distinguished colleagues, my name is Unyime Idem. Idem with emphasis. Thank you very much. I rise to second the motion as moved by my colleague. I so second. Thank you.
Those in support of this motion say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. Honorable Dasuki, please, you may lay the report. Honorable colleague, the first order of the day is the commencement of the debate on the general principle of a bill for an act to provide a policy framework for the development of biofuel energy industry in Nigeria. Established Biofuel Energy Regulatory Commission, established Biofuel Research Agency, and for related matters starting in the name of Honorable Benjamin Carlo and 6 other honorable members. Honorable members will recall that the bill was read the first time on Wednesday, 5th July 2023. And now I invite Honorable Khadija, who is part of the promoters and the sponsors of this bill, to lead the motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My name is Honorable Khadija Bukar Abba Ibrahim, representing Damaturu, Tarmua, Gujiba, Bulani Federal Constituency of Yobe State. A bill for an act to provide a policy framework for the development of biofuels energy industry in Nigeria. Establish the Biofuels Energy Regulatory Commission. Establish the Biofuels Research Agency, and for matters connected therewith. I so move, Mr. Speaker.
Any seconder to this motion? Yes, Honorable Abedi, not the Honorable Abedi.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, for yielding the floor to me. Honorable Speaker, honorable colleagues, Agbedi Yetim Frederick is my name. I represent Sagbama Ikolemo Federal Constituency. Zonkeme, I'm from Bayelsa State. Mr. Speaker, I rise to second the second reading of the bill as ably moved by our colleague, Honorable Khadija. I so second.
Those in support of this motion say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. Honorable Kareja, you may now lead your debate. Make it brief, please.
Okay, sir. Mr. Speaker, honorable colleagues, Nigeria is in 2007 introduced and began the implementation of the biofuel policy anchored on the need to play her role in the global fight against climate change and the reduction of dependence on fossil fuels and the diversification of the domestic economy. The biofuel policy was particularly structured to encourage the production of bioethanol and biodiesel for the purpose of blending with fossil fuel. The policy provided several incentives for investors aimed at creating conducive environment for biofuel production, intended to establish the Biofuel Regulatory Commission along with a dedicated research center for the development of the sector. However, 16 years after, limited progress has been achieved with only a few memorandum of understanding between Nigerian states like Kebbi, Niger, Ondo, Kogi, and the Nigerian National Petroleum Corporation, NNPC. 2. According to the International Energy Agency, IEA, the global demand for biofuels is expected to grow by 41 billion liters between 2021 and 2026. Also, the global biofuel market size was estimated at 140.43 billion in 2021. However, despite Nigeria's potentials in biofuel and allied products and the target demand of about 5.14 billion liters per year, the industry is still at a nascent stage and the opportunities in the industry are not optimized. In designing the policy, government took into consideration some of the major challenges of the biofuel sector globally, which includes the expensive cost of production compared to the fossil-based fuels. For this reason, a range of incentives were offered, including exemptions on withholding tax, waivers on VAT, waivers on import and customs duties, etc. One of the main challenges mitigating against the development of the biofuel industry in Nigeria is the lack of a regulatory framework for the industry. The legal framework to facilitate the development of the biofuel sector is lacking, even when the introduction and optimization of biofuel policy since 2007. The essence of a legal and institutional framework upon which the policy is based undermines the effectiveness of the policy. The bill is therefore structured to fill this gap. Mr. Speaker, honorable colleagues, the biofuel program constitutes a major and unique attempt to integrate the agricultural sector of the economy with the downstream petroleum sector. The use of biofuels in Nigeria is anticipated to make significant impact on petroleum product quality enhancement in view of the current limitations of the fossil-based fuels, which have not kept pace with the increasing demand for environmentally friendly fuel. Other anticipated benefits of biofuel program include the following: additional tax revenue for the government from economic activities attributable to the industry, job creation, increased economic development and empowerment of rural communities, agricultural benefits, improved farming techniques, increased agricultural research and increased crop demand resulting from activities in the industry, energy benefits, core generation of electrical power, etc., and environmental benefits, reduction in tailpipe emissions and ozone pollution, reduction in particulate emission and replacement of toxic octane enhancers in gasoline. The bill comprises of 56 clauses and one schedule. It is divided into 14 parts. The bill primarily seeks to provide a policy framework for the development of biofuel industry in Nigeria, to establish the Biofuels Energy Regulatory Commission, and to establish the Biofuels Research Agency. Financial implications. Mr. Speaker, honorable colleagues, the contemplated legislation will require funds to set up the Biofuels Energy Regulatory Commission. It is also important to note that in the long run, as a regulator, the Commission will be self-sustaining. The benefits derivable from the implementation of the provisions of this bill far outweigh the cost to be incurred. In concluding, The development of biofuels in Nigeria will be of immense benefit to the society, economy, environment, and government. Full implementation will definitely lead to huge demands for jastropa, castor, and other oil-bearing seeds at first-generation feedstock, while also leading to greater demands as second-generation feedstock for cheaper and more abundant transgenic varieties of the feedstock, which includes waste lignocellulosic materials and underutilized agricultural and forestry waste materials. In effect, the quest to develop the biofuel sector holds dual benefits of fostering economic growth and inclusivity for farmers while addressing the pressing issue of climate change. Mr. Speaker, honorable colleagues, while thanking you for listening, I respectfully implore for you to support that bill to be read for the second time and refer to the relevant committee for further legislative action. Thank you.
Thank you very much, honorable colleagues. The question is that the bill be read a second time. Those in favor of this motion say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. Clerk is invited to read the long title of the bill.
Right Honorable Speaker, honorable members. A bill for an act to provide a policy framework for the development of biofuels energy industry in Nigeria, establish Biofuels Energy Regulatory Commission, establish Biofuels Research Agency, and for related matters, second reading.
Bill is referred to the Committee on Science Research Institute once constituted. Honorable Inua, I heard you have a motion under privilege.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, distinguished colleagues, I am Right Honorable Inua Garba, member representing the good people of Yamatudiba Federal Constituency of Gombe State. Mr. Speaker, I want to enjoy Order 6, Rule 2. Mr. Speaker, I am perturbed and disturbed by the action of one of our colleagues, which I consider very, very unfortunate. While the Speaker is discharging his constitutional and legislative responsibility, one of our colleagues show a sign of disrespect to this honorable chamber and to the House and to legislative duties in its entirety. By the name Honorable Solomon Bob, who during the plenary came before all the cameras, the whole world is looking. He is saying and reiterating that he is disappointed with the action of the Speaker and the House. I think that is unethical and very, very unlawful to the affairs of legislators. We are leaders. We are to show example for others to copy and see. With this, Mr. Speaker, my fellow colleagues, we have to show example. We have to show a kind of commitment to the legislative responsibilities and duties given to us as an opportunity by Nigerians to be in this chamber, to protect their interests, to build on the integrity of this House. I want to move that from now to the end of this week, the same honorable member should come to the floor and put it in writing, apologize to the Speaker, apologize to the Honorable House and all the honorable members on his action, because we are here because we have a law that controls our affairs. And I believe what the Speaker, the CEO of the Speaker, is not out of his legal legislative responsibilities. If he refuses to do that, Mr. Speaker, among my motion, he should be suspended from this House, from all activities for good 3 months. If he refuses to do that, I so move. Thank you, sir. I so move.
Thank you, honorable colleague. The House is governed by rules, and we have our standing orders that specifies how we conduct plenaries. And we will not jettison that. We will always work with what is in our rules. But I think the minority leader wants to say something. Let me hear you before I put a ruling to this presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, my dear colleagues. Mr. Speaker, my dear
and you
colleagues.
know, it's not, this is not a debate.
Yes,
if
sir.
you have any opinion, you know, privileges are not open to debate.
Yes, sir.
It's his own privilege that he has expressed. And if you have anything to say, it's not in the form of debate. If you have any guide you want to present, I don't know what form you're going to present that.
Very well, sir. Mr. Speaker, I just want to draw attention to what actually amounts to privilege under our rules. It must be something that is offensive to you and to us collectively. And you realize that even as parliamentarians, we enjoy some level of immunity speaking on the floor of the House generally under Legislative Privileges Act. And if you also want to move a matter of privilege from Order 6, Rule 1, Sub-Rule 3, you must draw attention to the particular law that the member has offended. You know, I don't want us to drag this. Bringing a matter of privilege, asking that the member be suspended, is a very serious matter. It's very serious, and I don't think that what happened on the floor of the House will warrant that. It didn't get to that level. I think that, yes, even on the floor of Parliament, you see people fighting and throwing chairs at each other. They end up reconciling. So I don't think that we should take the incident of today to this level. It's going too far. That's my opinion.
Mr. Speaker, sir, my first motion is for him.
Honorable colleagues.
I say he should apologize because the word he used, not only working out, the word he used is unethical leader. If tomorrow I did the same to you, you'll not be happy. If it is allowed, we will continue to do it that way. If you want it that way, then they will continue that way. But you should apologize.
Okay, I think we are not going to go to the whole 9 yards of suspending. But he used unparliamentary words in the course of parliamentary section. We will give him opportunity before the end of section today to come and withdraw such unparliamentary word that he used. And that is my ruling. No, it's your duty as a minority leader to send information to him. It's your job. Should I teach you your job? There is a ruling in the House that he should come and withdraw such unparliamentary words. We activate our laws. We know what the law says when you are contemptuous to the chair. All right, honorable colleagues, the second order of the day is a motion calling on the Inspector General of Police to intensify efforts to secure the immediate and safe release of the 7 abducted corps members, standing in the name of Honorable Uyeme Idem and 9 others. I was thinking this particular issue was mentioned in the motion that was moved under urgent public importance. The issue of people from Akwa Ibom who were also kidnapped during that banditry action. Is the same, right? Do you wish to step it down? Okay, I think you go to the prayer because I'm seeing Ondo State be involved here as well. I've been directed by the clerk. So please move your motion, but go straight to the prayers, if you don't mind.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, distinguished colleagues. My name is Idem Unyime, member representing Ukanafun, Orogonam Federal Constituency of Akwa Ibom State. Mr. Speaker, I am the sponsor of this motion with 9 other members from Akwa Ibom State. It's a motion to call on the Inspector General of Police to intensify efforts to secure the immediate and self-release of 7 abducted corps members in Samfara State. They are from Akwa Ibom. The House notes that the National Youth Service Corps, NYSC, is a vital national program aimed at fostering unity and promoting national development by deploying graduates to various states for a mandatory 1 year of service. Also notes that on 17 August 2023, 8 corps members from Akwa Ibom State were abducted by gunmen in Samfara State on their way to the place of primary assignment, PPA, with a current demand of 200 million naira. Aware that in May 2023, 7 corps members were kidnapped in Rivers State on their way from the orientation camp in Ondo State and released after paying ransom. Alarmed that the incident accounts for the many other corps members who have had to go through the traumatic experience of abduction in the course of their service to the nation. Worried that continuous reoccurrence.
Honorable, can you go to the prayers, please?
I'm going to round on, it's very short.
Just the prayers,
Targeted at innocent corps members has raised significant security concern, threatened the lives of young citizens, eroded public trust and confidence in the government's ability to protect its citizens, and posed the potential to mar the core objective of the National Youth Service Corps. The last paragraph, cognizance of the urgent need for drastic measures to secure the immediate release of the remaining 7 abducted corps members following the release of one of them, as confirmed by the DG of the National Youth Service Corps on 20th September 2023, and restore confidence in the nation's national security system. The House resolved to urge the Inspector General of Police, IGP, and other security agencies to intensify efforts and deploy personnel and intelligence capability to secure the immediate and safe release of the 7 abducted corps members still in captivity. And 2, mandate the Committee on National Security and Intelligence to ensure compliance and report back within 1 week for further legislative action. Mr. Speaker, distinguished colleagues, I so move.
Yes, any amendments, but it has to be seconded first. Any seconder to this motion? Yes, Honorable Kelechi.
The Honorable Speaker, my name is Honorable Kelechi Wogu. I represent the people of Echie, Omoma Federal Constituency.
Minority, approach the chair, please.
I'm from Rivers State, the treasure base of the nation. I hereby second the motion moved by my colleague. I so second.
Thank you. Any amendment? Yes, Honorable Kabiru.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Abiru Amadou Mevales is my name. I represent the entire people of Bosouth Ipe Federal Constituency. Mr. Speaker, I am from Zamfara State. Mr. Speaker, I have 2 amendments. Number 1, the heading of the motion. The heading of the motion call on the Inspector General of Police to intensify efforts to secure the immediate and safe release of 7 abducted corps members and 40 female students of the Federal University Gusau in Zamfara State. That's number one. Also goes to the prayer. Urge the IGP and their security agencies to intensify effort and deploy personnel to secure the immediate and safe release of 7 abducted corps members and 40 female students of Federal University Gusau who are still in captivity in Zamfara State. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. That's my amendments.
Any seconder to that amendment? Honorable colleague, is it not the same thing that you highlighted in your motion of urgent public importance? Okay, so we are.
Then I decided to amend the prayer so that the two should marry together, because all of them, they were in captivity.
Your motion still stands, and your prayer still stands.
What I mean, the abduction, there is corps members and the female students. So the motion is saying that the 7 corps members should be, the IG of police should intensify efforts to secure the release. Instead of only 7 of them, then I amend that we should also add with the 40 female students who are still in captivity together with the 7 of them. That's my amendment of the motion, because I thought the motion would step down since we already captured it in our motion of...
No, it's a motion on notice. That one is urgent public importance.
Yes, sir.
Your own did not have element of own, though. And
reverse.
So we cannot throw it away because of the...
That's why I make these 2 amendments.
No, this one will not stand because you've already mentioned it in your own. Your own is still alive.
Yes.
That prayers that you made in the first motion is alive, and yes. Nothing is the credit goes to the members from the Northwest. Okay, this one is adding his voice to what have been done by you through motion of urgent public importance, because it was listed first before the urgent public importance came.
Mr. Speaker, he's doing a separate motion which came on other paper. This one is a separate motion. It will be continuous to capture as a motion. So it's just an amendment, Mr. Speaker, because it was, the motion has already been taken.
Any seconder to this amendment? Because it's the right of the House to vote for it, not just the chair. Any seconder to this amendment? Yes, Rorum.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I remain Right Honorable Kabir Alas Rorum. I represent Honorable Kurekide Federal Constituency. Mr. Speaker, I am from Kano. I rise to second the motion, Ebony Muma and my brother, Kabiru Gustavo. I so second this.
Those who are in support of this amendment say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. Those in support of the motion as amended say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. So we are referring this motion to National Security and Intelligence. The third order of the day is the motion on the need to avert the rising tension of sea incursion ravaging Ayetoro community in a larger local government area of Ondo State, standing in the name of Honorable Donald Kimi Kano Ojogo. Honorable Ojogo is invited to move the motion. Honorable Ojogo, since you know it's a disaster motion, kindly mention the title and go to the prayers, please. Is Honorable Ojogo here?
I'm here, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Once again, my name is Honorable Donald Kemekambo Ojogo.
Please, can you put...
It's on, sir, Mr. Speaker. I stand here to present a motion on the need to avert the rising tension of sea incursion ravaging Ayetoro community in Ilaje local government area of Ondo State. Mr. Speaker, in line with your advice and counsel, may I be permitted to go straight to the prayers as I have enumerated. But before I do that, Mr. Speaker, sir, the second to the last paragraph on the contents, among the contents of the motion, the year 2020 ought to have read 2022. It's an error, and I think Mr. Speaker will approve that that error be corrected before I go on to read the prayers.
Any seconder to this motion?
I've not read it, Mr. Speaker. I am craving...
What did you say? Please guide me.
Okay. Mr. Speaker, sir, I've agreed to go straight to the prayers.
Yes, go ahead.
Before I go ahead, there is something that is very significant that I need to correct. There's an error. Instead of the year 2020, the second to the last paragraph, among the contents of the motion, the paragraph there, 2020, ought to have read 2022. It's an error before I go straight to the prayer.
Okay, it is corrected with the leave of the House.
Thank you, Mr.
Go ahead.
House resolves to urge the National Emergency Management Agency to urgently provide temporary relief material to cushion the immediate impact of the ravaging sea incursion on the latest victims. 2, to mandate the committees on Niger Delta Development Commission, NDDC, an ecological fund to investigate the failure of the performance of the 6.5 billion naira shoreline protection contract awarded by the NDDC in 2006 to find an alternative solution where necessary to stem the dangerous slide and report back to the House in 4 weeks. 3, and finally, also mandate the Committee on Legislative Compliance to ensure compliance. I so move, Mr. Speaker.
Any seconder to this motion? Yes, the gentleman in front here.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My name is Honorable Engineer Chijoko Kereke, representing the good people of Aniri Ogu Ojiriba Federal Constituency from Enugu State. Mr. Speaker, I stand to second the motion ably moved by my brother. I so second.
Thank you very much. Those in support of this motion say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. It's a disaster-related motion, and we'll refer it to Committee on Legislative Compliance. The fourth order of the day is a motion on the need to intervene on the flooding and resultant gully erosion in Ameku, Elu, Mkporo, Ihechio, Abam, Aro, and Otutu communities of Aruchuku, Ohavia, Federal Constituency, Abia State, standing in the name of Honorable Ibe Okwara Osomwa. Honorable Osomwa is invited to move the motion.
Honorable Chairman, my distinguished colleagues, my name is Ibe Okwara Osomwa, Okeaba 1 for Hafia, and I represent the very prosperous people of Aruchuku Hafia Federal Constituency in Abia State. Mr. Speaker, I rise to move a motion for the need to intervene in the flooding and resultant gully erosions in Ameku, Elu, Mkporo, Ihechiowa, Abam, Aaron, and Ututu communities in Aruchuku Federal Constituency in Abia State. Mr. Speaker, with your leave, I read one paragraph of my motion. There's also concern that my community of Ebemo Hafia has lost homes and clans have been displaced, including the traditional ruler's palace, which has withstood erosion damages since it was built in 1921. The House resolves to urge the National Emergency Agency, NEMA, to provide immediate relief materials to ameliorate the sufferings of the people. The House also urges the Federal Ministry of Works and the Federal Road Management Agency, FEMA, to commence rehabilitation to prevent further loss of lives and property. The House further urges the federal government to increase ecological funding to address the menace of erosion in Aruchukwu Ohafia Federal Constituency in Abia State, which has become a threat to the lives and properties of the affected communities. Lastly, the House mandates the Committee on Environment, Ecological Funds, Niger Delta Ministry, Niger Delta Development Commission, and the Emergency Disaster Preparedness to ensure compliance. I so move.
Any seconder to this motion? Yeah, Honorable Miriam.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Honorable colleagues, my name is Honorable Princess Miriam Odinaka Onoama. I represent the people of Okigwe, Onoimo, Isi Alambano Federal Constituency and Imo State. I rise to second this motion as ably moved by our colleague and brother, Honorable Ibe. I so second. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable. This is a disaster-related motion. It doesn't need a lot of debate. So I put the question. Those in support of this motion, say aye. Those against, say nay. The ayes have it. This motion is referred to the Committees on Environment, Ecology, Co-Fund, Niger Delta Ministry, Niger Delta Development Commission, and Emergency and Disaster Preparedness, once constituted. Honorable colleagues, the fifth order of the day is a motion on need to rehabilitate the Kirikiri Federal Road in Ajeromi, Ifelodun Federal Constituency of Lagos State, standing in the name of Honorable Kalaije Adeboye Paul. Honorable Paul is invited to move the motion.
Mr. Speaker, dear colleagues, my name is Kalaije Adeboye Paul. I represent the good people of Ajeromi Ifelodun Federal Constituency, the mini Nigeria. I'm from Lagos State, the state of aquatic splendor.
Leader, please.
I rise to present this motion about the famous Kirikiri Road that leads to the Kirikiri prison. The road is a 6.4 kilometer and appears to be one of the only federal roads in this local government. The road is in deplorable condition and has become a menace to users of that road. I must emphasize that apart from forming a security risk, because this is the same road that prisoners are carried from that location, the Kirikiri prison, to the various courts, particularly on the Lagos Island. In similar vein is an economic road. But I go on straight to the prayers in line with the directive of the Speaker.
Thank you.
My prayers are that the Road Maintenance Agency be directed to carry out a comprehensive road repairs and rehabilitation of this road, and that this motion be referred to the Committee on FEMA and also the Legislative Compliance Committee so that we can have this road attended to and save lives, time, and provide adequate security for movement of prisoners from the Kirikiri Road to the various courts in Lagos. Thank you. I so move.
Thank you. Any seconder? Honorable Dennis.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, distinguished colleagues. My name is Honorable Dennis Sidahusa. I represent Ovia Federal Constituency. Mr. Speaker, I'm from Edo State. I rise to second the motion ably moved by my friend, colleague. I so second.
It's an infrastructure motion. It doesn't need any debate. Those in support of this say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. The motion is referred to the Committee on Federal Road Management Maintenance Agency, FEMA. The sixth order of the day is a motion on need to reconstruct abandoned portions of the East-West Road connecting major communities in Bayelsa State, standing in the name of Honorable Foji Obuku. Honorable Obuku is invited to move the motion.
The Right Honorable Mr. Speaker, my colleagues, Opoku Abonsizibe Ofoji is my name from Bayelsa State, representing Nyenegwa Kolokuma Upokuma Federal Constituency. Mr. Speaker, the need to reconstruct the abandoned portion of the East-West Road connecting major community in Bayelsa State. The House note the avoidable disaster which befell the indigents and the residents of Bayelsa State and other parts of the country, especially the coastal region during the last year flood. Also note the devastation and the total neglect of the critical portions of the East-West Road, especially at EAK in Aweda, East Local Government of Rivers State, Ave in Patani, LJ, and Ome in Isoko South, LJ, both of Delta State, which connect Bayelsa State to Rivers Delta State especially, and the country in general. The House is concerned that this portion of road collapsed during the last year ravaging flood, which destroyed lives, property, and critical infrastructure, especially around the coastal area of the country. The House is worried that portion of this road, some of which were temporarily rehabilitated by the federal government, Bayelsa State government, are getting worse by the day, crippling economic activities in the area as the people can no longer go to major market, farm, or engage in other economic activities to boost their source of income and livelihood, thereby leading to the loss of millions of naira daily. The House is also worried that the current state of the road will not have the capacity to withstand the impact of the impending flood as predicted by the Nigeria Meteorological Agency, NIMET, in its 2023 seasonal climate prediction. Cognizant that if nothing is not done to urgently address the menace, the indigents and the residents of Bayelsa State who already feel a deep sense of dejection will be cut off from the rest of the country through the East-West Road. Mr. Speaker, I think at this point, I'll crave your indulgence. Let me give a little experience of what I experienced in that 2022 flood. Mr. Speaker, on my way to Port Harcourt, I boarded a tipper, and on getting to EAK, the Aweda East local government, the road was totally cut off. You know tipper, that is a motor used in carrying chippings and sand. And I drove there and boarded a boat being provided by the Navy, the Nigerian Navy, and the Aweda East. Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the Navy, the Nigerian Navy, profusely for that succor provided to us, and the security provided within that time. Mr. Speaker, no, it's okay. Mr. Speaker, yes. More worried was that the portion of road, the portion of a road abandoned and the bridges that were destroyed during the last year flood. Mr. Speaker, it's very pathetic that up to today, those bridges is being abandoned. Mr. Speaker, I want to tell you sincerely that our people are very, very unhappy with the situation. Mr. Speaker, let me go to the prayer. Okay, urge the Nigerian Customs Service. Sorry. Okay. Urge the Ministry of Niger Delta. Urge the Ministry of Niger Delta to immediately commence concrete rehabilitation of work on the affected site and also construct the bridge to aid the control of erosion. 2, mandate the Committee on Niger Delta Ministry and Environment to visit the various sites to assess the state of the road and make further recommendations within 3 weeks. Mr. Speaker and my colleagues, I so move.
Thank you. Any seconder to this motion? Yes, Attorney.
Mr. Speaker, distinguished colleagues, my name is Barrister Jesse Okejo Honor Carlos. I represent the Habit of Lagos, which is the soul of Constituency 2. Mr. Speaker, I rise to second this very important and critical motion that will help bring succor to the people. I so second.
Amendment.
Amendment?
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
Okay, let's hear from you. Make it brief.
Thank you very much, the people-oriented Speaker. I still remain Pastor Honorable Ojema Ojotu, presenting the good people of Apagaku Federal Constituency of Benue State. Mr. Speaker, I want the prayer 1, I want it amended to say that urge the Federal Ministry of Works rather than Niger Delta to do the construction of the road and the bridge. I so amend, Mr. Speaker. Thank you very much.
Any seconder to this amendment? Yes, Okongwa, Honorable. Honorable Sada. No, I need the chair. Approach the chair.
The what? Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, honorable colleagues. My name is Uchenna Harris Okonkwo, representing the good people of Idemili North and South Federal Constituency. I rise to second the amendment made by my colleague, my brother. I so second.
Thank you. I think this is also an infrastructure motion. So we'll just put the question. Those in support of this motion say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The motion is referred to the Committee on Niger Delta Ministry and Environment.
Point of order, Mr. Speaker.
Yes.
The amendment I made, which was...
Oh, that have not been seconded.
No, the amendment is that the motion should be referred to Ministry of Works, and it has already been seconded. So the motion should be...
No, we'll add Ministry of Works to it.
Very well, Mr. Speaker. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
So this motion is referred to the committees on Niger Delta Ministry and Environment, including Ministry of Works Committee. The seventh order of the day is a motion on a lawful road blockage, extortion and harassment by security personnel on Lagos Agbara Badagry Seme highways, standing in the name of Honorable Wingan Sesi Oluwaseun. Honorable Oluwaseun is invited to move the motion. Please, the title and the prayer, since it's infrastructure.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My esteemed members of the House, my name is Honorable Sesi Oluwaseun Wingan, member representing the people of Badagry Federal Constituency. Mr. Speaker, I am from Lagos State. I rise today to move a motion on unlawful road blockage, extortion, and harassment by security personnel on Lagos Agbara Badagry Seme Highway. Mr. Speaker, I will just proceed and read a paragraph then to my prayers. The House is further concerned that the harassment and extortion along Lagos Agbara Badagry Seme route will discourage tourists from visiting the area which is a well-known tourist destination. To my prayers, the House resolves to urge the Nigerian Customs Service to enhance security on the Lagos-Agbara-Badagry semi-highway and ensure strict implementation of laws, circulars, and guidelines for mounting checkpoints. This should include the removal of illegal roadblocks and prevention of new ones. 2, mandate the Committee on Customs and Excise and relevant agencies to identify root causes of illegal checkpoints in border communities and provide solutions to curb these illegal activities by security agencies. And lastly, also mandate the Committee on Legislative Compliance to ensure compliance. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Any seconder to this motion? Yeah, Honorable.
Mr. Speaker, distinguished colleagues, my name is Honorable Tese Ubo. I represent Kwande Oshongo Federal Constituency of Benue State. I rise to second the motion as ably moved by my colleague. I so second.
Amendment?
Yes. Amendments.
Amendment?
Mr. Speaker, my name is Sada Soli, Mr. Speaker, representing Jibia Kaita Federal Constituency. Mr. Speaker, before amending this motion, let me contribute on this motion because I have a personal experience about the happenings on that road. Just about a couple of, 2 months back. Mr. Speaker, this country, we must get our act together. I drove on that road from Badagry up to Seme border. I personally counted over 120 checkpoints. Each one of them, they collect money. Each one of them. That is within the Nigerian territory. But within the Benin Republic territory, there is only one checkpoint to get into Benin Republic. And you can see the impact of our local businessmen and the local residents between Badagry up to Seme border. They terrorize the people. You find the police there, you find the military there, you find the customs there, you find the immigration there, you find the civil defense corps there. All on that road doing one job. I'm just talking about Seme border. I'm not even talking about Jibia Niger Republic border, where I come from. It is the same situation. It is the same torturous and embarrassing situation. So you find our men in uniform asking money. I challenge the security authorities to go on plain clothes or to ask some of their people to go undercover and investigate this matter.
Thank you.
So, Mr. Speaker, I want to amend prayer 2, where the mover said checkpoints in border communities across the country. Across the country. This is exactly what our people are facing on all international borders across this country.
Okay. That is his amendment, that we make it to go across the country. Any seconder to that? The gentleman at the back wearing suits. You've been raising your hand, yes. Please, Honorable Sada, off your mic there.
Sorry, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My name is Anamero Dekeri. I am representing Nigeria, starting from Isako Federal Constituency. I start to seek the leave of the House for an amendment to prayer 1.
Be well guided. You're supposed to second the motion moved by Honorable Sada Soli.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I stand to second the amendment as moved by my able colleague, Honorable Sada Sali. I so second.
All right. Any other amendment? Yes. Please make it straight to the point. We don't have time. We need to really.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, colleagues. I am Bello Issa Ambarura, member representing the good people of Ilela and Goraba Federal Constituency. Mr. Speaker, I am from Sokoto State. Mr. Speaker, I stand to make a little amendment on this important and vibrant motion presented by my colleague from Lagos State. Mr. Speaker, the issue of unlawful blockage and extortion on a highway in Nigeria today is a national phenomenon. So I suggest that the sponsor of this motion should add the Lagos and Nigeria in general, so that adequate care will be taken.
I think that was what Honorable Sada Soli added. I think you are thinking in the same pattern with Honorable Sada Soli. Okay. You are well in order. It has been taken care of, sir.
Okay, thank you very much.
Okay, I think I don't want us to water the motion down with so many amendments.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, that is the last one, please. The last one.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My name is Honorable Fayinka Musi Soluwatoyin. I represent Musi 2 Federal Constituency, Lagos State. I want to amend because the reason why we are having blockage on that road was to guide against smuggling. But as it is, they are not aiding smuggling. They are promoting it, and I stand to be corrected.
So what is the amendment?
Amendment is to invite the House to resolve to invite the head of custom to come and explain through this House to the Nigerian why curbing the activities of this illegal his officer, why he has been so unable to curtail this menace. He should be invited, okay, not urging.
Okay.
Because we have urged them several in Lagos State or we have not succeeded. Okay. So the House will resolve to invite and tell the whole world if that axis, I'm very sorry, sir, if that axis is sanitized, I can assure you Niger Republic, every other place will be sanitized.
I agree with you, honorable colleague. The only thing is that when we refer to the Committee on Custom, they know what to do. Their terms of reference include inviting those major stakeholders. So, those in support of the motion as amended say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. This motion is referred to the Committees on Custom and Exercise, Army and Legislative Compliance once fully constituted. The eighth order of the day is a motion on...
Mr. Speaker, point of order, sir.
Okay.
Mr. Speaker, I want to draw your attention to your ruling earlier today, where you mandated that I should get across to our colleague, Bob Solomon. Solomon Bob, honorable member, a third-term member of this House, very senior parliamentarian par excellence, who will not in any way want to impugn on the integrity of this House or the presiding officer. I did tell Mr. Speaker that much as I know of him. Mr. Solomon Bob is here. I will yield the floor to him to make clear himself. Mr. Solomon Bob.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, my honorable colleagues. Yes, I'm someone who is very respectful of authority. I do not condone disrespect of authority. I'm also someone who's careful with the words I use. And I also know that there is only one place on earth where parliamentarians have liberty to express himself to the full extent of his capacity, going by the laws we have and our standing orders. So if in the course of my engagement with you, I use a word that you found offensive, I got your message when I was in the office to come back. That's why I came here. That goes to show the extent of my respect for authority. In any event, when I started speaking, I started by saying that I had profound respect for you. I said that before I went ahead with the rider, pointing to my disappointment, what just happened. So if the word disappointment offends you, I unreservedly offer my apologies. And if that word also offends this house, I unreservedly offer my apologies. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, yes. Honorable Solomon. Solomon is a gentleman, and he's actually my friend. If not because he was raised by the chairman, ethics, I wouldn't have actually paid attention to it. Because when we are outside here, he can say anything. But when I'm sitting here as a chair, I'm no longer your friend. I'm the presiding officer. so your apology was actually taken before you mentioned it on the house. But it's just for us to guide the new members, so that we don't, during the process of altercation, or when you are not happy, because it's not every ruling that will come from this chair that you'll be comfortable with. But we'll mind our word in expressing ourselves. I know you didn't mean anything personal. I know that. I personally know that. And it has ended there. So you will fulfill the ruling of the house, and we have respect for you. You will still remain the Solomon Bob, not the Bob Solomon. All right. The press should take note. I had the press were already publishing that Solomon Board used a wrong word in Parliament. No, it's been resolved. We don't want to see that in the press. Please. His dignity and his integrity is still very high, and he's a respectable member of this house. Okay, the meeting for selection committee is hereby extended to 4 p.m. because of what happened today. Independence Day discussion took a long toll. Let us quickly round up the other ones. 8th order of the day is a motion on examining the administration of Nigeria's pension funds assets, standing in the name of Honorable Aliyu Bapa Miso. Honorable Bapa is invited to move the motion.
Mr. Speaker, sir, my in-law, thank you for giving me the opportunity now to talk. Despite coming under various cuts, I said in-law, I said elder, to talk about Nigeria. Mr. Speaker, I would want to seek the indulgence of this honorable House to allow me to take a motion examining the administrations of Nigeria's pension fund assets.
But you help us go to the prayers.
I will. Mr. Speaker, sir, this motion is affecting over 10 million registered pensioners who have an account, retirement savings account with various pension funds. And the total assets is almost about 15.5 trillion. Yet, some of pensioners are complaining that they are unable to be paid their dues. Mr. Speaker, sir, over 65% of these funds are invested as loans or grants to the federal government, and this is going to undermine the payment of this benefit to the retirees. I therefore urge, as a prayer, urge the National Pension Commission to ensure the immediate release of funds for the payment of pension funds to all retirees. 2, mandate the Committee on Pension to investigate the status of the pension funds asset of over 15.5 trillion naira loaned to the federal government and the pension fund to duly recover the modalities are put in place to hinder the collapse of this pension scheme. 3, scrutinize the failure of the pension fund administrators in fulfilling its obligation to realize as regard access to the retirement benefit from the savings of the pensioners. I so move, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Kelechi, sit down. Don't go yet. Any seconder to that motion? I want people who have not spoken. The gentleman behind wearing red clothes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
No, you are not wearing red clothes. The gentleman behind you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, go ahead.
Modibo Ismail Musa is my name, representing Shururu Muya Rafi Federal Constituency. Mr. Speaker, I'm from Niger State. I rise this afternoon to second a motion moved by Honorable Baffa. Mr. Speaker, I so second.
Okay, amendment, let's have it.
Yes. Mr. Speaker, distinguished colleagues, my name is Barrister Kejo Onoakalos, representing the heartbeat of Lagos, which is the sort of Federal Constituency 2, Lagos State. My amendment is on prayer 2. To investigate the status of the pension fund assets of over 15 trillion 500 billion naira, with a view ensuring that 100 trillion naira loan to the federal government pension fund is duly recovered. Mr. Speaker, my amendment, if the pension fund starts at 15 trillion, there's no way they will loan 100 trillion to the federal government. I'm of the view that the writer, the author here is about.
What's your amendment?
My amendment is that to investigate the status of the pension trust fund assets of 15 trillion 500 billion naira, with a view ensuring that 10 trillion naira borrow loan to the federal government from pension for is duly recovered and modalities are put in place not to hinder collapse of the pension fund scheme.
Any seconder to this amendment? Yes. Former Speaker Gombe.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I'm Inu Garba. I rise to second the motion as amendment by my honorable colleague. I so second.
Those in support of this amendment say aye. Aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. That's the last amendment, please. Let's not water the motion down, please. Let's hear from you. What is the amendment? So propose the amendment. Please amend it the way you want it to read.
Speaker,
I'm coming, Honorable Sada.
That will entail
Let's understand his amendment first.
That will entail amending the act. And the motion.
Let's hear his amendment first before we even talk about it.
Yes. You have to amend the act for the time frame.
Is that in line with the Establishment Act? Do you wish to? No, then you are asking for amendment of the Act, because the Act is the one governing. So we cannot use motion to amend the Act. We have to come through amendment procedure for the establishment bill. So, do you wish to rescind you wish to bring down your motion? So the motion as amended, those in support say aye. Honorable Tessie, sit down, please. I'm watching those who want to actually be with this parliament till the end. That was how I learned, the little I learned, by sitting here from morning till they close the section, especially for our new members. Those in support of that motion for amendment say aye. No, those who are in support of the motion as amended say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. This motion is referred to the Committee on Pensions, once fully constituted. The ninth order of the day is a motion on need to restore electricity supply to affected communities in Ogun Waterside, local government area of Ogun State, standing in the name of Honorable Joseph Adebishon. Honorable Joseph is invited to move the motion. Clerk, reduce the number of motions that we'll treat every day. You and the chairman rules, so that we won't flood everywhere and people are not given the right time to, ventilate their, motions, their debate. Yeah. Please, we must reduce the number of motions that we put on the paper. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
It's a utility motion, so mention it and go to prayers, please.
Thank you very much, sir. My respected colleagues, I remain Honorable Engineer Joseph Folorunsho Adegbeson, representing Ijebu North, Ijebu East, and Ogun Waterside Federal Constituency of Ogun State. I rise up this afternoon to move motion on the need to restore electricity supply to affected communities in the Ogun Waterside local government area of Ogun State. Mr. Speaker, sir, the whole communities in the Ogun Waterside have been in the total blackout for almost 2 decades. And you can see what the people in that local government are really facing. According to your instructions, sir, I will go to the prayers.
Thank you.
Number one, to urge the committees on power and rural electrification to investigate the matter and direct the National Rural Electrification Agency to restore the community to the national grid. 2, to ensure adequate security and regular patrol is put in place to afford vandalization of the facilities when put in place for the people. 3, to mandate the committees on power and rural electrification to ensure strict compliance and report back within 4 weeks. I so move.
Thank you. Any seconder to this motion? I'm looking for those who have not spoken. So that Did you put 3 prayers on the other paper or just 1?
Yes, I put 3, but I think when they are producing the paper, they compress the whole 3 to 1. So I'm reading what I presented.
No, next time you move according to the other paper.
Okay, thank you very much, sir.
That is the rule of the House. So we are going to be voting on that which is on the other paper.
Okay.
Please, if you want to amend, you can come by way of amendment. For now, whatever is on that paper, other paper is what we'll vote on. Okay? Any seconder to this? Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My name is Honorable Aliu Aminu Garu, representing the good people of Bauchi Federal Constituency, Bauchi State. I rise to second the motion, heavily moved my colleagues. I so second, sir.
Thank you, Honorable, for seconding that utility motion. It's a utility motion, no need for debate. So we'll just go ahead and put the question. Those in support of the motion should say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. The motion is referred to the Committee on Power, once fully constituted. And, honorable colleagues, the 10th order of the day is a motion on reconstruction of Calabar Oba Ekong International Road leading to the Republic of Cameroon, standing in the name of Honorable Emile Yang and 7 other honorable members. Honorable Yang is invited to move the motion. It's an infrastructure motion, so let's just mention the title and the prayers, please. Honorable Yang, are you here?
The people speaker, respected colleague, my name is Basi Akbar. I speak for the people of Calabar Municipality, Urban Federal Constituency. I'm a proud Conservarian.
Sorry, are you one of the sponsors
Yes.
of the motion?
Yes, please.
All right.
Mr. Speaker, I rise this afternoon to move a motion on the reconstruction of Calabar Oba Ekani International Road, leading to the Republic of Cameroon. Mr. Speaker, in line with your instruction, I'll move straight to the prayer. That we urge the Ministry of Works to make provision for the reconstruction of Calabar Oban Ekang International Road in 2024 budget estimate and to mandate the Committee on Works to ensure compliance. I so move, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. That was straightforward. Any seconder to that? Yes, honorable colleague.
Mr. Speaker, honorable colleagues, my name is Honorable Umar Yusuf Yabo, member representing Yabo Shagari Pere constituency. Mr. Speaker, I'm from Sokoto State. I rise to second the motion heavily moved by my colleague. I so second, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you very much. It's an infrastructure motion. Those in support of this motion say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. The motion is referred to the Committee on Works once fully constituted. Honorable colleague, the 11th order of the day is a motion on call to investigate the abandonment of rehabilitation work on the Umuahia Ikuano Ikote Egbeni Expressway. Standing in the name of Honorable Obi Agocha, Honorable Agocha is invited to move the motion. It's an infrastructure motion. We just need the title and the prayers. Honorable Agocha.
Mr. Speaker, my name remains Honorable Obi Agocha, representing the great people of Iguano, Umuahia North, and Umuahia South local government of Abia State. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to move a motion to call to investigate the abandonment of rehabilitation work on the Umuahia Iguano Ikote Egbeni Express Road. Mr. Speaker, just briefly to go to the prayers. Mr. Speaker, it's important we deal with this issue. A lot of people are dying on that road every single day, especially within the university community. A lot of kidnapping, armed robbery, and banditry, all simply because of that road. That road is an essential traffic way from the southeast to the south-south, to the northern part of Nigeria and to Cameroon. It disrupts economic activities, movement of goods and services.
Your prayers,
so
please. Your prayers.
Mr. Speaker, the House resolves to mandate the Committee on Works and Legislative Compliance to investigate and determine cause of abandonment of the Umuahia Iguano Ikote Egbeni Express Road and unattended to for almost a lifespan of the contract, provided a permanent and sustainable solution, and report back within 2 weeks for further legislative action. I so move, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. Any seconder to this? Yes, the gentleman there in front of him. Please off your mic, Honorable Agocha.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, honorable members. My name is Kwamochi Bitrus Lau, representing Diamsandum and Lamode Federal Constituency. I rise to second the motion as moved by Mr. Obi Agocha. I so second. Thank you.
Thank you very much. This is an infrastructure-related motion, so I put the question. Those in support of this motion say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. This motion is referred to the Committees on Works and Legislative Compliance. Honorable colleagues, the 12th order of the day is a motion on a call on National Health Insurance Authority, NHIA, to cover vulnerable Nigerians standing in the name of Honorable Bashiru Ayinla Daudu. Honorable Daudu is invited to move the motion. Honorable Daudu. Is he here? Okay. Chairman rules move that this motion be stepped down.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I rise to move that the motion on the call for National Health Insurance Authority to cover vulnerable Nigerians be stepped down by leave of the House due to the absence of the sponsor. I so move, Mr. Speaker.
Yeah, Minority Leader. Seconder.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to second the motion
that the motion be stepped down. I so second.
Those in support that this motion be stepped down, say aye. Those against, say nay. The motion is hereby stepped down. The ayes are. The 13th order of the day is hereby stepped down for further legislative actions. Chairman rules move for consideration of reports to be stepped down. The reason being that the chairman of the committee of the whole, which is my humble self, would like every matter that will come before the committee of the whole for consideration of report to be presented to me way ahead of time. This is to enable me have a proper analysis of these particular issues that will be presented before the committee of the whole. I will also insist that members be notified of the issues coming up before the committee of the whole for consideration, for members to have a deep diving on such issues, to have their own input, ready, so that when we appear before the committee of the whole, it will not just be carried. People will make intelligent suggestions on some of the clauses of the laws or the report that we are considering. So move that this number 14 be stepped down.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I rise to move that order 14 and 15, the items number 14 and 15 be stepped down from today's order paper. I so move.
Minority Leader, please.
Mr. Speaker, my dear colleagues, I rise to second the motion that orders 14 and 15 be stepped down. I so second.
Order 14 and 15 is hereby stepped down. I hereby invite the Minority Leader of the House to move for an adjournment of this House till tomorrow, time 11 o'clock.
Mr. Speaker, my dear colleagues, I rise to move that the House do adjourn to tomorrow, 11 o'clock, for further deliberation. I so move.
Let this be seconded by the Chairman rules.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to second the motion for adjournment as ably moved by the Minority Leader. I so second.
Those you who are in support that the House be adjourned till tomorrow, Wednesday, the 4th of October, time 11 o'clock, say aye. Those against, say nay. Those in support that the House be adjourned till tomorrow, Wednesday, the 4th of October, 2023, time 11 o'clock, say aye. Those against, say nay. The ayes have it. The nays can stay behind.